Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Apologies, we started a little bit late. We know. And I know my brothers and sisters have already started their own lives. So today we'll be having a very interesting talk with my brother Sandy Lematekani. I trust everyone is doing well. Okay, I'm the only one here currently. Hello. Greetings, fairy tale. Apologies, yeah, we had to start at ancestral time, unfortunately. Unfortunately enough, so that we get rid of the evil ones. I trust you are well, my king. I trust you are doing very well, as I am today. Please let's tap the screen. Let's share the live. What do you mean? What is the word for black mint? Or you want to say black muntu? Oh, the word for black. Yeah, we have a lot of names. We have a lot of names. That's what I can tell you. And people need to understand the importance of duality when we're looking at this name. Why am I saying that? We've got, yes, Kemtu sounds Kamtu. Because if you look at what some of so-called, what do you call, our African scholars, I don't like to use the word African. Ish, that's the thing. I don't like to use the word African. Because it goes with the whole Africaners thing and the fact that it is stemming from Greek philosophers, etc. So that's why I use km.tu, kamtu. We still use the same connotations. We say or ga or kwazulu, you know. So that's what we use. I'm using Kamtu. As much as it was called by other names, we use that word because it's a name that can actually be found across our people. That is the most important thing. So I've got a brother of mine who's gonna come through, and we're gonna discuss a lot with regards to the connection. You know, yeah. I got that. I got that. I got that. You know, yes, because if you check, there's even a gentleman called Kwasi Ray who is talking about Afar, and Afar Kainut. Afar Kainut. Afar, where he's referring to the so-called Afro-Cans or Africans. You know, so we take it back to how we actually pronounce it even today. You know, because we don't have Afro. We don't call it Afro. Kemet. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Makes better sense. So yeah, we're gonna have a discussion with my brother Sandile Wagamatsikane. Very versed in some of our, let me say, most of our story. Particularly when it comes to linguistics and the story of our people here in the South. You know, as we've been trying to show people around the world that as Black people of the South, we also have the story, because it has been made to look like our people, they don't have the story. We don't know what actually is going on. You know, I mean, we've got people saying that our people, they never heard of knowledge, or the calendar system is not aligned with the so-called agriculture. How can you actually prove our calendar versus our daily life? And they say such things because they don't really know. They don't know our story. They don't know our cosmology. They don't know our agriculture. They don't know our astrology. So they can come and they can say whatever they want. But conclusively, when we look at the evidence, we know that African people, and I'm particularly talking about Abantu or Bantu or Banu, whatever you want to call yourself, we can even go as far as calling some people or some of our people Kwe, Batwa, Abatwa. We know that these of our people are people that actually have had the knowledge system for a very long time. And this knowledge system has actually been subjugated. And some people call it foreign, and some people call it primitive. But we know that our system is actually not. And as much as our systems and that outside at the sciences of sciences, we just want to discuss from or from Kemet to Ningizimu, which is the south. It's a direction. It's the south. It's where Southern Africans come from. And in this place called Ningizimu, you find a lot of places. Some and made to look like they're actually, but in meta, these are not names and places that we actually find in the Bible. This is what people call them. Our people, they never called this place so-called Cape Town, Capenham. There's no such a thing. So today's discussion goes deep into such things. We'll be playing a couple of videos from our brother Sandile Wakamatsikane, but we will be basically going deep into the names and the words. And not just that, we'll be just talking about Kemet, or Kamtu, as I put it there, Kamtu, to Ningizimu. Ningizimu is the South. Trying to show people the connection of these cultures. And we'll be doing that through dialogue. Hopefully, we'll be able to show you some videos so that people actually understand where we come from. I mean, if you go and check in normal media, the likes of Zaha, whoever, they're always pushing this narrative that ancient Kemet was actually developed by people who are coming from the Levant, which is actually not true. It is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. It is absolutely not true. So we are going to discuss some of these pertinent factors where we will be showcasing some of the similarities. I mean, some of the history of our story has actually been erased, but actually we have the story because we have the story linguistically. We speak the language. The likes of Champollion and the others, they can actually try and take that away from us. But in actual fact, we do actually have the knowledge system. We actually do have the knowledge system. It might have been called by different names. Some people might actually not even want to accept it, but we're still going to talk about it. We're still going to use the words. We're still going to speak the language. We're still going to carry on the customs. We're still going to carry on the traditions because it's who we are. Funny enough, the ones that are in north of Africa, they build mosques instead of building ancient, what you call buildings or architecture. This can include pyramids. This can include rondavels, or what they call huts. This can include castles. Greetings, Zizika. I put it like that now. Unjani mhlekazi?
Siyaphila andazi noba ndiyavakala bayethe kwanto.
Ke tla be ke Sesotho ke re
Am I audible?
re a le amohela lehaheng lena la ke tla re ke a le amohela lehaheng lena la makara. Ke a tshepa ke a utlwahala. Ke tla re ke tla bua
ke a hotla
ndiamukela ndiamukela ka makara mako siyabulela. Thank you for joining us in this discussion. I know we started. I wouldn't even say it's late, guys. We don't start late. This is an ancestral time. Mzungu always says that we have what we call African time. But I laugh. And I always say, our people, when we meet when the sun has set, when the shadow of the sun or when the shadow of the tree is at a specific place. We don't meet at 6 o'clock. We meet when the ancestors have actually allowed us to meet. So me and my brother, Usandile Wakamatsikane, we know that even though we had set for 6 o'clock, that was just our clock to say, hey, my brother, around this time, we must be talking to say we are meeting. So it's like me sending him that horn signal to say that I am very close by. That's what we did. So I would like to actually welcome everyone. I really appreciate everyone coming through, and I really appreciate the small classes. I really like the small classes. It's not actually a class. I don't like to say it's a class. It is actually a meeting of the elders. Those that know themselves, they know themselves. I always say to my brothers and sisters, whenever we talk, it is the meeting. And those that have been invited, they will honor the invitation and they will be there right on time. We are never early and we are never late. When we are having these discussions, we are never early, we are never late. So people, I know that we said we're going to start at 1600 hours, but me and my brother, we knew that we are going to start at a time where the ancestors have all gathered and we are in the same place, where the fire has been started. And we are all absorbing the energy from our ancestors. We have come here to talk about a very important discussion, where we are actually showcasing and discussing and gathering and remembering. When I'm saying remembering, I'm saying conjoining the stories of our ancestors, which have been long lost, but not forgotten, because we do have our griots. We do have our knowledge keepers who will forever hold on into the roots of this land. Kamtu. They can call it many names, but we know that we have gathered here to listen to the wise ones who have incarnated into this time. It's not a timeline, it's a time spiral. It depends whether you are spiraling down out of control or you are spiraling up into the great knowledge of our ancestors. We see many. They come and they say that they are spreading the ghost spell. We are not in a spell and we don't follow no ghosts. We follow the paths and the ways of our ancestors. We see their paths in steps. We see their paths in ways. We see their paths in memorial, in their names, in their clan praises. We see their ways in who they have exhibited through struggle and through triumph. And we are here to tell the story that we are the ones that forged the spears that pierced through our enemies. They might say we have lost the battle, but we have never lost the war, because we are the ones that actually shape this earth. Whether they would like to call it earth, or whether they would like to call it Tiamat, or whether they would like to call it Gaia, we have the name and we call it in our tongues. They are not Eurasian. They are not American. They are not Pacific, and they are not Indian. They are proudly Bantu, or Abantu abakulo mhlaba. Noma sihlajwa, even though the thorns they pierce through our heels, they actually make our heels stronger so we can forge forward into this abyss we call life. which is secular, never linear. When our people think that we are going through struggle, we are actually like diamonds going through pressure, only to be precious at the end of the process. I would like to welcome my brother, Inkosi Yami, Usandile Matsikane. Welcome Makara. Welcome Makara, Inkosi Yami.
Hoyini anindi hoyi yini na lona ke ngumtshana emanzothweni konyelenzi komaphango kongqali konqangi nqanqasini koqhuqa koqham kowele konziba nkulu kayuthu kontaba kahili kusiqa somile somelezwana zintshaba lona ke ngumtshana iinkomo zikambiko zikamancamo zikamlawu ngujambase ngulisa ngucanzi ngusanzanza nguhlathi nguhla ngomvelweni nguluncu ngumwandla ngumandi wafikela uhlangeni ngumntu wakulo mayikana wakulo vimbisa wakulo rhwala emgodleni wakulo pheka iphemphem ngenqawani wakulo pheka iqhakuba ngenqawani ngitheuka ngemlebi ethabeni ngingcola ngemhluthi imatiyansa kona ngumnini hlathi lona ke hlathi elingothiwa silelivutha lothiwa zimfene kuba imfene zibaninilo sukulwana ke emampeteni kocabatshe onkomo zibomvu sukulwana amandlaneni konqabane ongqungqushe eziqele gazi ehlamba amende abanze khona camako my brother, thank you sir, this is me, I'm here.
Kamaku. Wena wamthweneng. Yena ya ke makara.
Kgamadi ya phofolo motho wa motshwene khiba lelimi le ntsho o kgoma ditlhare.
Ka Sesotho ba re o kgoma leleme le lentsho ke o kgoma ditlhare. Gore leleme le lentsho ke o kgoma ditlhare. We can't explain that in English, my people. Unfortunately, you're going to have to learn our tongues. Because this language that we are talking about, I hear people talking about 5D. We are on 9D.
Yes.
Siyabonga wena wakaMadzikane, siyabonga womthukane. Siyabonga ukuthi usiphe isikhathi sakho wena Nkosi yami.
Yes,
you graced us with your presence. We want to have this important discussion so that our people can remember and conjoin who they are.
Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of discussions and a lot of deliberations. Who we are, in general, how our people. There's a lot of people in the Caribbean. There's a lot of people in the South of America, the North of America, Europe, Asia, Pacific, Australia, calling us names like the words Hebrew Israelites. But before we get into that is just an overview, because we actually have a long discussion that we have to have. Yes. And I hope that our people will be taking notes and they will be making their own discernment, because what we are doing here is what we call common sense and sensing what is common, because we have our senses woken. We are not just walking in oblivion. We are people that are widely awoke and we know who we are. We have been sold the idea that our people, they've never been able to create anything. But before we get into a lot of who we are, and Nkosi Yami, I hope you understand that today we will be talking about from come to, and I know I am using this word loosely, because me and you have had this discussion in length, and I just want our people to actually understand, with regards to the so-called ancient Egyptian civilization, where it comes from, who actually created that, and most importantly, some of the similarities in words, because that is most important. When we have a linguistic connection, we can actually find a cultural connection with our people, right? So, yes, my brother, I know that you have got a lot of information with regards to this, but you know how I like to do things. I like us to do things very systematic, so that our viewers, the ones that are listening, they can actually grasp what we are talking about. Because sometimes we punch over people's heads, and we need to take that into cognizance. Because sometimes when we speak of these concepts and our people don't understand them, they will think that we are feffing. But in actual fact, we could be talking something that can actually be correlated, which is most important. So, Nkosiami, I would like to actually get into the introduction of our discussion. Our discussion is mainly about ancient Kemet and the connection of ancient Kemet to what we call Ningizimu. We have heard our people call the South Ningizimu, but we actually haven't gone as to dissect this word Ningizimu. What does it mean? And how can we actually connect to ancient Kemet, or what they call ancient Egypt? So, Nkosiami, if you can just help us with that question, the first question, we will get into the other ones.
All right. So, thank you, my brother. Thank you. I think, firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity. And then, yeah, it's always a pleasure to have this kind of discussion. Please confirm with me that you can actually hear everything.
Yes, you are audible, Nkosiami.
All right. So, I've always said from time to time that language will always be the key. Language will always be the key. Today, I'm going to go a bit deeper with the definition of Ningizimu in a way that perhaps we haven't done before. Yes.
Yes.
So, roughly translated as understood today, Ningizimu is used in isiZulu as meaning the south. That is the surface level translation. We have to make peace with that and understand when a Zulu person says Ningizimu, they are literally saying in the south. That's what they mean. That is the truth. But now we have to go a bit deeper because our languages are deeply allegorical. So that is to say, for those with no sight, it's easy to be misled because what you hear and what is actually being said is dark. It's dark and hidden. I want to deviate a bit. A few weeks back, I was explaining to someone the importance of greeting. That greeting is not just about, hi, hi, blah, blah, blah. But it has a deep. I don't know where the echo is coming from. Is it me, my brother, or you, Mr.
I
Makar?
think I need to mute Nkosiami. Let me just mute my
Okay, now you can mute my brother. I'll go. Greeting, for example, in our culture, there's words we use: lochani, dumelang, sanibonani, diabulisa. A lot of these words are imperative in nature. That is to say, they implore you to respond. So it's not just a word of saying hello. No, but it's a word that you need to respond to. When you say dumelang, you're actually giving people instructions. Because hudumela is to agree, is to acknowledge. When you say diabulisa, that is, I prompt you to do an action of ukubula. Ukubula fundamentally means to agree and confess something. Generally, it is used nowadays if you do something wrong, a disgraceful thing like incest. The family will come and say, bula, or when they umbulo. You have to confess it now. Those who went to the mountain know. If you don't get, okay, let me not get too deep into that, but even there it's used if like this, you experiencing some things, there's going to be a few people who are going to talk to you on the side. You are expected to confess certain things. So the idea of confession is at the fundamental level of ukubulisa, because ukubulisa, you causing someone to do something. Sisiqando sokwenzisa. It's a passive, it's an imperative verbal form. Hudumedisa is an imperative verbal form. That is to say, you making them to do something, that is to acknowledge you. And therefore, the response out in Diabulisa, they say yes. That's the response. Yes. Yes is what? It's an acknowledgement. It's a confession. When you say Kiatumerisa, the response is eya or ahe. That is yes, I confirm. When you say Sani Bonani, I acknowledge you. They say, which means yes, we acknowledge that. So at the surface level, you may think Sani Bonani, Dumelang, Molweni, or Siabulisa. You may think at the surface level it's just a greeting, but at a deeper level, there's a history behind it that I acknowledge you, I see you, you may pass through. Because sometimes there were battles, there were wars, and it was not safe. It's the same thing with names of directions and locations. In Ningizimu, is hidden language. It literally means Ningi, that is multiple or many. Ningi, multiple or many. And Zimu, now Zimu, at the surface level, means a cannibal. Because we've always called them Amazimzim. These are giants and they are human eaters, they are monsters. So at the surface level is to say the abundance of cannibal or cannibalistic monsters or giants, right? That's one. But also, why is it associated with the south? In the location of KZN, there are specific types of winds that are experienced there. Winds, storms, and the fogs that come into the land. Remember now, Antarctica is south of Cape Town. So things like cold France, things like the cold weather in the south into the country. The winds, the storms, and the fogs that are associated with these giant creatures and entities as being literally related to weather itself come from the south. And therefore, that is to say, the south is the dwelling of the entities that influence weather, whether it's the weather with fogs, storms are generally associated with gods. Generally associated with gods. So now, there's a specific type of wind that is experienced in the KZN. It's called umhlengetwa. This is also known by Xhosa people as umhlengetwa. It's a very unique type of wind. Once again, those who have been initiated will know about this wind. Those who went to the mountain or the women who have been initiated into womanhood will know about the wind umhlengetwa and its specifications with the southerly direction. Umhlengetwa is known as the southern wind, but also it is connected to the winds of the Zimu because it comes from the southern direction. Now, let's look at now what Zimu actually means. Zimu in and of itself is not just a monster, but the word primarily means the sky. It's actually a cognate with the Sotho-Tswana word hudimu. Hudimu or kudzimu. So Zimu means up or in the sky. And therefore, the root then would say these are sky beings. And it connects to our core beliefs and traditions of relating heavily with the Pleiades, the seven sisters in the sky. So the seven sisters in the sky, what are they? Is the Pleiades. And these seven sisters generally accompany the lady of the land, unomkhubulwane, the lady of many fields, unomkhubulwane. So the season of June to September, the 3 months between June and September, is the 3 months of the seven stars together
Yes.
with unomkhubulwane, because these seven stars, the Pleiades, isilimela, ungqonde, these are the stars that accompany the lady of the land. But the stars themselves have a much older significance in our culture because they are seen as the land of origin of certain things. In fact, some people even express it openly that some races do come from the seven stars.
Can I corroborate you, Nkosiam?
Yes, brother.
Just give me a second. For instance, you first started with the greeting, right? And you went as far as to explaining what the greeting is. So I'm reading a book here by one of our elders. May his soul rest in peace. His name is Zulu Matabo Zulu. I trust everyone will be
Know
able
him.
to
Aye,
actually
that
get
one,
that.
yo,
Zulu
he's
Matabo
powerful.
Zulu. Exactly. And I trust people will just this is a free PDF. I don't own it. No one owns it. You can go online and search the Basotho origin of mathematics, a public lecture. This is a public lecture. It's not hidden. But there's a part that our brother Usandile Matsikane actually spoke about when he was speaking about greeting. And he's saying that greeting in an African context or in a Bantu context is not just greeting. So in this section, I'm just going to highlight, in this section, we decode the mathematics from the language, right? It's mathematical. We are going to use greetings of Dumelang to decode the mathematics from the language. Forget everything you know about English translation of Basotho greetings because it doesn't even get close. I will be giving you a decoded description of greetings. The Basotho greet one another using a three-step process. The number three among the Basotho is a sacred number. This is a triangle. Why we have these Giza pyramids. I know that's a punchline, but I just want you to hear. You can see this is in a triangle. Kasisuthu is called Hutlotaro. So don't tell us about Pythagoras telling us about r squared is equals to x squared plus y squared. We have always known that shit. Right? So what I'm trying to show here is that when the Basotho they greet, it's actually triangulation. I'm speaking to the ones that are doing mathematics and so-called computer science. It is triangulation, meaning we are locating you. When we are Dumela agreement of the collective, when we are seeking the agreement of the collective, we are also talking about your ancestors. Because we know that when you come, you don't come alone. As Unkosi Matikani came in, when he came in, he was actually inviting his ancestors. And that's what I was doing when I was studying the life. So when you go and you say Lekai, after exchanging Dumelang, then they say Lekai, which decodes where are you located in space? Where are you located in space? We are talking about triangulation. We are talking about X, Y, Z coordinates.
I'll wait for you, my brother.
This is interesting. This refers to the location in space and the collective. In order to locate something in space, you need some them. That is just to express. They have solved the space location. Don't tell me about Einstein. Or they say my network. Apologies. I just wanted to show that part when it comes to space location. Before you talk about space-time continuum, apologies, my people. When you talk about space-time continuum, I'm back now because I'm struggling with network. But I was basically explaining what Omkhulu Usandile wakwaMatsikane was saying when he was talking about the greeting. That don't think that when us as Abantu or Bantu we greet, it's just greeting. Hello, hi, how are you? No, it's not that. We are locating you in space and in time. You can go ahead, Nkosiam.
Kosi, my brother. So, therefore, then, Ningizimu would be the place of the children of the sky. That is it. The place of the children of the sky, because we've already determined that Zimu is in essence the sky. That is literally what the word means. The root is sky, Ezimu. It's a locative. Hudimu, Kudzimu. In fact, the name, the word Inkanyezi is connected in full Inkanya Ezimu from the word Ukukhanya to sparkle and Izimu, the sky. So Inkanyezi is Inkanya, the one that sparkles, Ezimu in the sky, Inkanyezi in a contracted form. So it confirms then Zimu is the sky. Ningizimu now is the name of the southern wind. It is the name of the southern wind, which is the wind of the southern lands, or rather the wind that is prevalent in the place of the children of the sky. Now, I did touch on the mythology of the old Cape, where even the Portuguese, when they experienced a lot of the shipwrecks, they would credit the giants who were imprisoned in the Cape or in the southern African area. The Portuguese themselves credited these giants as being the guardians of the South. Baba Credo Mutua speaks about this. He speaks about this. For example, Table Mountain, even today when I was driving just towards Table Mountain, there's giants everywhere. You can literally see when you look at the structure of the mountain, it looks like people, like many people. There's even a big, massive one that looks like a giant that's sleeping. That's what inspired the name of the township called Menenberg. Menenberg means the man in the mountain, Die Man en Berg. So therefore, Ningizimu is in essence the abundance of the children of the sky, the place where the children of the sky are abundant. And there's a word of Ningizimu, actually, a click word for Ningizimu. It's actually Kringizimu. It's Iqhingizimu in isiZulu. This is not some gibberish language. It's isiZulu. It's Iqhingizimu. Sisihlonipho. Sisihlonipho. And the Ningizimu, the word Ningizimu then is also used for wind. Wind that wakes up the sea. So you would hear people say, abantu abadala especially, ulwandle luyagubuzela nxa lushaywa yiningizimu. Ulwandle luyagubuzela nxa lushaywa yiningizimu. The sea gets in wild commotion when struck by the Ningizimu. So do you understand then the relation with the sky and weather? because weather and the sky are attached. Anyone who has done climatology knows about the different forms of water, condensation, evaporation. It needs the sky.
Yes.
Rain needs the sky. Anticyclones need the sky. Tornadoes need the sky for them to happen. And therefore, water and the sky are attached. And Ningizimu, the giants, or the descendants of the sky, are themselves connected to winds and weather and storms and the sea. That's why there's a saying, ukuthi ulwandle luyagubuzela nxa lushaywa yiningizimu. The winds get in wild commotion when there's the Ningizimu air or winds. And when they hlonipha now iningizimu, they call it ichingizimu. That's what the elderly people who speak isiZulu ngezihlonipho, they would literally call it ichingizimu. And these elders, I don't know if this has been, conveyed to the younger generation, but there are many words of isihlonipho. Like uchina would be used to refer to a mother. Uchina instead of unina. We understand that. A big stomach would be called ucanzi, not ucanzi, ucanzi with a Z instead of unanzi. That's a big stomach. So there is this codified language that was used. But this language, you don't just get to use it. You had to be initiated in some way. Whether you initiated into womanhood, whether you initiated into manhood, whether you initiated into motherhood, there is some order, because our society is structured like some kind of secret society where there's orders. Secret societies, they will tell you about the 33rd degree, the third degree Freemason. That's an order. Even in our society, that's how we've always structured our society. So when you enter each order, you learn these things. But when you haven't gone through those stages, you live a life that you don't know anything, honestly, except what you read on Wikipedia. There's another saying, ethi, waqombothisa ubuso bakhe ngaseningizimu. He turned his face towards, the children of the sky. Now, there's an old belief that there are some civilizations or cultures, and I'm talking about indigenous beliefs. There are some civilizations that originate within the 7-star system. Kuslimela, Ungonde, or Oite. There is a belief that some civilizations originate there. This is also the guiding belief that in my culture, the year begins in June, when we first sight the 7 stars, which accompany the lady of the fields, uNomkhubulwane. The lady of the fields, uNomkhubulwane, is accompanied by 7 stars. But you only see 6. The 7th one is not visible in the eye. So those 7 stars are seen as the origin of some of the indigenous cultures, or even the earlier races of ancestors. And I believe those earlier races, possibly some of them were the Zimu, the original Zimu. So Ningizimu, therefore, is the abundance of these monsters or gods or whatever. It depends how you look at it. But I want to explain why they are seen as gods or those of the sky. Because there is an actual belief that some entities trace their origins to the 7-star system. Even within Qora traditions, there is that belief as well. You understand? I've heard people try to explain some allegorical language like sehla ngesilulu or singabe isilulu sika Malandela. Isilulu, as much as it is a basket that is shaped like some kind of oval, shape, but also isilulu is in reference to the royal blood. So when people say sehle ngesilulu sika Malandela, we descend from the royal blood of Malandela, because isilulu is actually, it literally looks like a scrotum, the ball sack. Isilulu, physically, when you look at the basket, ifana nesende. It literally, and I'm trying to be as direct as I can be. Therefore, the allegorical language of ukwehla ngesilulu is packed with meaning. The lineage, but only royal lineage. But it also then would refer to some of these mythologies with origin in the 7 stars. So I just wanted to maybe touch on that. When we talk about Ningizimu, yes, it does have to do with the South. It's not wrong when they talk about the South, but especially the winds that are seen as coming from Antarctica. So you would know that in South Africa, we get three major currents. The warm Mozambique current, which they've changed now to Indian current, but it's not Indian because it's Mozambique. The cold Atlantic current on the west, but we get another current in the south. It's called the ACC, the Antarctica Circumpolar Current. So these three currents make us very unique, especially the southern part of the country, the Cape. That is one of the few places that are not in the Mediterranean, but experience Mediterranean climate. So it makes the perfect location for certain natural events as well. We experience 4 seasons, whereas in some regions of Africa, they only experience 2 seasons, the rainy season and the hot season, the dry and the wet, but we experience 4. So the advancement and complexity of our cosmology is also related to such details about our land, that we are such a uniquely placed people. We have warm air, warm water, we've got cold water, we've got water from the ice. And these things result in unique weather, in unique climatology for our region. And this climatology has been explained in specific allegorical ways, some of which give birth to these mythologies. And remember now, this is like 1,000 years old history. So some of these natural events like floods in KZN, floods in Eastern Cape, are also explained using allegory to say these are the results of the children of Zimu, the children of the sky. That's why you would experience weather. This is where things like Inkanyamba come in. This is where things like Unamba come in. So I'm just going to stop there. I don't want to go too far. But there's one person who asked, what is the difference between amagongqongqo and amazimu? Amagongqongqo, remember now. Igongqongqo, if you understand the name Gongqongqo and the name Zimu, Zimu means the sky or from the stars. I made an example, ukukhanya ezimu, inkanyezi. Gongqongqo means ukuthi gongqo, which means to fall into a hole. So Zimu, up, gongqongqo, down. The name gongqongqo means the one who plunges deep into the hole. So it's in reference to the underworld. Whereas the name Zimu is the one who's from the sky. So amagongqongqo, they are underworld creatures. Amazimu, they are sky descendants. You understand? Amagongqongqo, they lure you to the underworld. Whereas Amazimu are sky descendants who, in our mythology, have been used to harm human beings. So my brother, Ningizimu then is correct when people say South Africa is Ningizimu, but also in a much deeper level, it's the home of the abandoned giants or sky descendants. Thank you. And I do have evidence for everything I said, by the way. Like the name Ningizimu in isiZulu, meaning many different things. I've got evidence for it. So I'm not just thinking it out loud in J. I've got the proof if needed. You are muted, my brother Makara. Just in case you don't know.
Oh, thank you very much. I was saying, just to add on what you were saying about Sedemela. The very same book that I was reading, our ancestor, our elder, where he speaks about Sedemela, again from a Basotho perspective. And I don't want you to get me wrong when I'm saying Basotho and think that I'm only speaking to a specific clan. I want you to know that the Basotho actually are inclusive of a lot of people that are even stemming from the Nguni, so-called Nguni people. Silimela is a cluster of stars. There are 7 stars, but from the earth, one can only see 6 stars. The number 7 is one of the sacred numbers among the Basotho, And part of the reason has to do with Silimela. This star does not have an influence on Basotho architecture. It does have an influence on Basotho architecture as well as their mathematical knowledge. Other important stars include Mphatlalatsane, Sefolaboholo, Tosa Masiu, Tosa le Madinyane a yona. It is noteworthy that Tosa, which is called Jupiter, which means our people actually knew about stellar bodies or planets before Zimu ever developed what we call the microscope or the telescope. You need to take that into consideration. Our people knew about stellar bodies before white people developed a telescope. Now you must ask yourself a question. How did our people view such planets as Tosa, or what we call Jupiter in our language? So Tosa is one of the celebrated star systems. The axiom ho bona Tosa le madinyane a yona means to see Jupiter along with its youngs. Now the question is, how did our people know that Jupiter actually had moons? Because when they say Jupiter, to see Jupiter along with its youngs, they're saying to see Jupiter with its moons. The youngins refer to the moons of Jupiter. These moons are not visible to the naked eye, and some of the moons are literally baby moons. So the question is, how do the Basotho know about the baby moons of Jupiter without using a technological instrument or of any kind? This is yet another confirmation that they possess cosmic knowledge. Cosmic knowledge. And do not need telescopes or any technological instruments to know of cosmos, because this knowledge is in their blood. It's in our blood. The mystery does not end there. They also pay tribute to another star, Mahacha, which is not visible to the naked eye. How is this visible? So I'm basically corroborating what my brother Sandile Wamatikane is saying.
Thank you, sir. Can I just add one more thing before we go to the next question?
Thank you, Mkhulwam. You can go ahead.
So there's a good brother who's asking for just a clarification on the connection of the word Zimu and the word the heavens. So remember now, Zimu means up. It literally means Ezulu. It's like the word Zulu. The word Zulu means up. Zulu means up. That's what the word Zulu means. When we say up, city pa Ezulu. Pa is an interjectional locative particle that we add. It's a locative word. Pa. And then the actual word is Zulu. So we say pa Ezulu, which gives you Pezulu. Up there. Nti means down. Nti means down. And then we add the locative pa. So it's pa enti, which gives you panti. Ndle means out. Ndle means out. We add the locative pa, it gives you pandle. That's very good to understand. But Zulu means up, but we also use it to mean sky. Same thing with dimu, hudimo, kuzimu. Hudimo means up. Ezimu, therefore, is the cognate, which means it is the equivalent word. It is the equivalent word in the so-called Nguni Embo languages. Hudimo, ezimu, mudimu, owasezimu. That's what it means. Mu in mudimu. Mu is the naming, personifying prefix. It means owasezimu. That means owaphezulu. Osenyangweni. Where is enyangweni? Nyango means height. Inyango is height, something high. Therefore, enyangweni, it means the one who's up high. So the word Zimu literally means sky. Ama Zimu, the ones of the sky beings, as being the people who descend from those who came from up high. And there's a belief that some beings came from the 7-star cluster, the Pleiades, Isilimela, the cluster that signals the beginning of the plowing season. That's why we call it Isilimela. Isilimela comes from the word ukulima. And therefore, ukulimela, that is to plow and plow and plow. Ukuhlakulela, ukukhubula, hence the word unomkhubulwane. The time of plowing is also the time of hunting. Why? Because when you plow after the winter season. Winter season, ubusika, the time of cutting. You cut what remains in the field, the last of the harvest. Therefore, you only eat what is stored. Therefore, you go hunt, you go gather. It's the time of hunting and gathering. It's the time of plowing to prepare for the plantation season. Because you start planting as the equinox approaches, where the length of the day and the length of the night are equivalent, where the sun is exactly above the equator, 0 degrees. It does not deviate towards the Tropic of Capricorn or the Tropic of Cancer, which is 23.5 degrees above and below the line of equator. So the planting season is the time of the equinox. We plant around that time. But also to prepare for the planting, we are notified by the very express appearance of the Pleiades cluster, Ungonde, which we call Isilimela because it tells us Sizolimela. Ukulima means to work the land. Hence, wenza indima. Indima is to work your specific piece of land. Wenza indima when you do ukulima, uyalimela. Ukukhubula comes from the word ikuba, the actual hoe that you use for ukukuba, which is to hoe and hoe. And therefore, ukukubela is to hoe again and again and again, to plow again and again and again. Some people have words like ntlangula, tlakula, which means ukuhlakulela, ukulimela, ukukubula, nomkhubulwane. Continue, my brother Makar.
Nkosi yami, how bua ka hlakula? When you are speaking about hlakula, ukuhlakubela. When we name our months, and we name them according to what's happening in nature, because people actually think that we never had any agricultural systems. And we are speaking about hlakula, hlakubele, misa, mithianong, phupu, phupjano. And we are speaking about the months. And if you actually understand what those names mean, like those months, if you can call them, which means they are aligned with the moon because the moon ki kgwedi, meaning that our people, when it comes to agriculture, they followed the moon. Similarly, as in July, when we were actually evaluating when the next year will be, we were looking at the moon. We were looking at kgwedi.
Yes, brother. You know, my brother, there's a constellation. I'm going to name a few constellations because I think our people need to realize the depth of our knowledge.
Let's go ahead, my brother.
I mentioned the constellation Virgo. And in the constellation Virgo, the brightest star that we have there is called Inchozi and Inchola. That is the brightest star. It's called Speaker. That's the name of the star, Speaker. This star is also called Isandulela. That appears in the month of Umandulo. The month of Umandulo is the month of September. But Umandulo is also in alignment with the time of Unomkhubulwane. This season we are in. as we move through this time of Nomkhubulwane, the time of gathering and hunting, because it's a transitional period between peak winter, we are going to enter summer. We go through this time of Nomkhubulwane, accompanied by the 7 stars, Islimela. We enter the time of Umandulo,
Yeah, okay.
which back in the day it was once called Umpandulo or Umpandula, but because of respect for Umpande, it became Umandulo. Umandulo, in the early hours of the morning, on the western side, just below the moon, is led by a star, the brightest one, before the appearance of the planet Venus, Ikwezi. There's a star that appears in the time of Umandulo. This star is called the Speaker Star. It's in the constellation Virgo, the Virgin. The time of September is the time of the Virgin. So in the constellation Virgo, we have a star called Speaker. It's called Inchola or Inchozi in isiZulu, but it's also called Isandulela, the one who leads, the one who goes ahead. Now it's about to be time. It's time for planting. So the Inchola or Inchozi Yandulela Ikwezi, which means it opens the path for Ikwezi. So this brightest star in the Virgo constellation opens the way for the planet Venus to come. Now the planet Venus is called Ikwezi, but sometimes because it appears in the morning, it's also called what? Ucela is Apollo, the one who begs for fresh milk. Is Apollo is the fresh milk. That's one. The second constellation I would like to mention, well, generally, it's just a general name for constellations. Umlaza, you know the word Umlaza is generally, the word that's used for constellations as well. Like just any constellation can be called Umlaza, but also the Milky Way itself, the one that you have on your screen right now. That is the Milky Way. It's also referred to as Umlaza. Now, if you know anything about the Milky Way, our very own solar system is in the Milky Way. It's literally there in the Milky Way. That's our home right there. The picture we see is a picture from long ago. It's like time in the past. What you see in the sky is a map of time in the past. That picture looks like this long row of spilled milk, or as the Japanese put it, the long reed. Umhlanga. And you wonder why our ancestors said they came out of the reed which burst. That's the reed in the sky. Now kumhlanga phezulu ezulwini, it burst open and our ancestors came out of it. Yeah, man. Let's look at the other constellation. The one I mentioned.
Let me show
now,
you something.
Yes.
Just a sec. We are taking it easy, Mkhulwami. We are not in a rush. There's only chicken pox in South Africa. We don't have rush. I want people to actually have a look at what Umkhulu is talking about when he's talking about the Milky Way. I hope people can actually see my screen. Because we have people, unfortunately, in the diaspora that are saying that, oh, Africans are so behind. They don't have a calendar that works with agriculture. They don't have a calendar that actually connects to the universe. They don't even know our language. They're telling us about Mayan calendars. They're telling us about Japanese calendars. They're telling us about the Dendera calendar. Not actually even knowing a single syllable from our language. Now, what Mkhulu is talking about when he's talking about the Milky Way in Sesotho is Molalatadi. 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 We've got all of them. Look, Pleiades, what he's talking about when they're saying that we never actually connected with agriculture. We know that when we see the star of Pleiades, and here's another thing, we can actually see the star of Pleiades before it actually, you can actually see it with your naked eye. We can see it way before. We've got a system that we use. I'm not going to share that. We got a system that we can use to actually see Pleiades star system before it actually appears to the naked eye. And the one that is able to do that goes to the chief and says that I have seen Silelemela, and they can actually tell you when to plant.
Yes.
Hulema. Hariri hulima. We are talking about when are we supposed to plant. So when the so-called diaspora is saying that we don't know when to plant, they are actually incorrect, dismally so, because we have got star systems that we use to actually connect naturally, not using a Gregorian calendar, naturally, because there is a reason why when we have a new year, it is not on a particular day, but on a particular path. When I'm saying path, I'm saying days, 20 to 24. Because we knew that we are not in a perfect circle, but we are in an elliptical movement. And I hope you get that, because right now I'm speaking your language. If I had to speak my language, which is Sesotho, you wouldn't be able to understand me when I say hudikuluha. And you would know that you only dikuluha around an arc or a circular or an elliptical object. So this is in our language. It's not hidden in some Strong's or Strong's concordance. It is indirectly in our language. So when we say silimela, we know that someone who has been initiated into astrology, they will know which mechanisms to use to actually evaluate silimela, or to put it correctly, to detect silimela, which is the Palladian star system. And that person will be able to go to the chief and say, this is the right time for us to plant. That is just one activity. Go ahead, Nkosiam.
Tamaku, Mren. So, you see, I mentioned the constellation of the Pleiades, which we know guides us to the time of plowing, the time of hunting and gathering. Now we've done the plowing and the planting. Ukulimela, ukuhlakulela, ukhubulela. And ukulima has to do with the word indima. People think indima just means effort. No, indima literally means to work the land. Ukwenza indima is to work the land, because indima is an old pluralized form of ukulima. Just like ulwimi in some languages is pluralized as indimi, ulwimi. So it's that old shifting between L and D. Umlebe, umdebe in some languages. Islevu, udevu in some languages, or indevu. So there's an old L to D transition. Now, we move towards summer in the southern hemisphere because we're here. What you start to see now, because we have the great hunter they call Orion, which in isiZulu, the entire constellation of Orion then is known as Impambano. But in isiXhosa, it's known as Umakhoza. That is the constellation of the Orion, or the Orion's belt, Umakhoza. Just before the Orion, you have the great bull. You know, you have the great bull, which the Greeks or whoever they are, they call Taurus, the bull. Now, Taurus is in the northwest part of the southern hemispherical sky in summer. In Taurus, the brightest sky, the brightest sun, has a name. It's called Ucwazibe in isiZulu. It is the brightest sky. In English, you'd call it the Aldebaran. You know, you'd call it the Aldebaran, I guess. I think that's the correct way to put the name. But in isiZulu, it's Ucwazibe, the large bright star, the Aldebaran of the constellation Taurus. You understand? It's just next to Impambano. So if you can locate Impambano, which I, fortunately, where I am, I get to see Orion's belt every night. When I used to stay at home years ago, I used to always watch the planet Mars every night because I could discern its color. It was red. You understand? I could see the color of planet Mars every night. I think where I am right now, it's a bit difficult for me to see. Maybe I haven't looked properly. But the Orion's belt, I can see very well. So just if you go north from Orion's belt and then you go west, you will see the brightest star there in a V shape. There's a V shape, which is the horns of the bull. That V shape is in the constellation Taurus, the bull, and the brightest star, the Lutwazid, which is interesting to me because it reminds me of another brighter star, which is probably 6 months later, that appears, the brightest star called Canopus. Now, this one, it has a similar name in isiXhosa, the star Canopus. It has a very similar name in isiXhosa. In isiXhosa, it's called Ucanzibe. Nzibe. It's literally the brightest star in the southern constellation of Carina. And it's actually the second brightest star after Sirius, the star called Sirius. It is the second brightest star. And this is the one that we call, in isiXhosa, we call the month of May, the month of the Canopus star, Ucanzibe. So our connection to stars and stargazing, it's not anything new. We have names for stars, we have names for constellations, we've got names for the entire solar system, we've got names even for comets and meteorites. I mean, I was mentioning just in one of my lives that there's a name in isiZulu, Intshobolozi, which means to shoot and burst forward. But also Ntshobolozi comes from the word uchobo, which is a tail. When a meteorite shoots, it has this fiery tail, which is also related to the word ukuchocholoza or shosholoza, which means to shoot forward, to burst. And when there's a comet shower, the stars burst forward, and they've got these tails. That's why there's that song, shosholoza kulezo ntaba, when a stimela siphume Rhodesia. Because to shosholoza is to burst forward. That's another name for a shooting star. Inkwenkwezi enchocholozi, the star that bursts forward. Why would people have an entire lexicon dedicated to stars, constellations, moon, even the different phases of the moon, a full moon, a new moon, the waning moon, the waxing moon, whether it's a waning gibbous? Why would we have names for these? If we were this dumb, slow, backwards people who only care about just raising cattle, why would we just and even cattle, the complexity of our knowledge when it comes to cattle and sheep, the Buddha can only wish for that level of complexity. The Buddha can only say, exactly.
Leyo ngeke bayithole, and I think we must just leave it a secret for now. Because we've got people that are saying that the cow is indigenous to so-called Eurasia. It was introduced to Africans. Asime kancane kuleyo mhlonishwa, hayi kabi.
Yes.
I'd just like to add on what you said. You're talking about Silimela. This place, this picture that you see right here is what we call Inzalo Yelanga, which is the birthplace of the sun. I didn't go in. I just wanted to show people that when we are talking about Orion, we can actually see it from Inzalo Yelanga. It's not a myth. It's something that has been proven scientifically, even by Mzungu. Mzungu has went to this site, and they have seen how accurate this so-called structure is. They've seen how this structure can actually take us 20,000 years back. Because if you know how constellations work, for instance, let me just give you a brief example. For instance, if, let's say, this star, this rock, is aligned to Orion, and if it shifts a certain degree, you can actually calculate how far off in years it was to its original position. Meaning, you can approximate how far off this was created. And this is dated to more than 200,000 years ago. This place in Inzalo Yelanga. So now we've got diasporans telling us that our calendar is not accurate enough. And it's actually 200,000 years in precision. Where were you 200,000 years ago? Where were you? Where were you if you're going to tell us about the Neanderthals and the Tufians? Where were you? when we were actually calculating star systems 200,000 years ago. When 10,000 years ago, we were able to actually build the so-called Giza pyramids, which are also aligned to Orion and Pleiades and other star systems. So what are you saying to me? What are you saying to me, the indigenous person of this land, who, when they speak their language, they're actually speaking about star systems, where my language is actually mathematical, where my language is actually, hey, physics, science, metaphysics. What are you talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. You don't want me to quote Kendrick Lamar right now and say, what you're talking about, it ain't nothing. You ain't talking about nothing. Because if we are actually here to drop the knowledge as it is, you won't be able to actually understand it. Because, like I said, what I'm talking about is 9D, and you're still talking about fucking 5D. Excuse my French, I'm speaking Sisutu. Go ahead, Nkosiam. I just wanted to show that because there's people that are saying that our people, they never had a star system. And
Yes.
in our language, we are speaking star systems in our language.
Yes, yes, brother.
Go ahead, Nkosiam.
And now there's the thing of also the use of click words, yabo. Or someone asked, yes, Isilimela is the star called the Pleiades is the Isilimela. But Isilimela is the word itself means to plow and plow and plow. Now there's the use of click words / non-click words when we talk about these things, and I think it's very important. So some of the names of the stars, I think there's an echo, brother. If you could, I don't know, maybe my voice is too loud.
Apologies.
Yeah. Some of the names of the stars, like uCanzibe ngesiXhosa, uCwazibe ngesiZulu, and uNgqonde, we can always find also in other languages. In other languages that may be considered primitive. But those so-called primitive languages have such an elaborate and complex understanding of constellations. Because constellations are, in essence, the cycles of constellations, the movements of the stars, the cycles of the moon and the sun. Those things are the natural calendar. They are the natural calendar. They did not depend on a campus that was made by hands. They understood that there is a campus built in to the fabric of our reality. So I want to say, even the so-called primitive cultures, which are our cultures, by the way, do have these systems. But I guess I will relate further on this one as you continue with your questions. I think the first question was in Ningizimu, and I think we've actually quite drilled deep into it. So you can ask any other question so that we take it from there. Yeah.
Thank you, Nkosiam. Yeah, sizoyithatha kancane kancane, Nkosiam. I hope you've got enough airtime today because I've reserved this night.
Yeah.
Remember, there was a time you said you want us to do an all-nighter. And I
Yes.
said to you, I'll hold you up to it. I know we're not going to do the whole night. For some other people, it is the day.
Yeah.
But I just hope that we will be able to push as much as possible. Just to also show correlation, not just to ancient Kemet, but to also show correlation to the language and the cosmology, the astrology, right? So right now, as we are talking, we are showcasing the astrology from a linguistic perspective. Because our people, and when I'm saying our people, I'm saying the diasporians. The diasporians actually think that because they don't understand the language, they think that what we speak is gibberish. They will say that we speak a click language, and they will make fun of us. Not actually understanding that we speak nature's language.
Yes.
That the language that they speak, which is called English, is actually grammaric sorcery. When I'm saying Grimoire sorcery, I'm saying it is a Germanic language that is full of spells. And those spells actually have to be untangled. For you to be able to understand the language that we speak, you have to untangle yourself from the English, from the French, from the Portuguese, the Spanish, whatever European language that you speak, so that you actually connect with us from a natural perspective. When I'm saying natural, I'm saying from Isintu, which is a language that you people don't know. Because you guys think that we are speaking a language that is actually primitive and docile, thinking that when we are in the jungle, we actually not expressing scientific views. But you don't know that when we are actually circling the fire in an anti-clockwise mechanism, and we get to experience the state of kum, as my brother would like to say it. You don't know that we are actually connecting naturally. Don't tell me about Bluetooth. Don't tell me about Wi-Fi. Don't tell me about so-called Neuralink. We are connecting universally. That's why we say that the language that we speak is a universal language. It is not a planetary language. I know that you guys hear me. It is a universal language, meaning if the so-called aliens were to come here, they'll probably be speaking Bantu. You're going to laugh at me. They'll probably say Ningizimu, not South Africa.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I'm keeping quiet, because I want you guys to actually get that. Because you guys say when the ancients speak, they speak a language that does not have any consonants. Well, when I say come to, I'm doing exactly that. I'm showing you what the ancients were speaking. They were not speaking a Levant language. So, Mhlonisho,
Yes.
there's also another aspect of our traditions I would like us to actually get into. Yes, we spoke about the cluster of stars called Selemela, and we already know that the cluster of stars called Selemela is actually stars that indicate when our people should actually start plowing. And meaning that our people actually had, or they saw certain stars which actually indicated when they were supposed to sow. But we're not going to talk about that for now.
Yeah.
I actually want us to talk about this name called Embo.
All right.
And I want us to go deep into that name that is called Embo. And how does that name Embo connect us to Kwamuntu? And there's a reason why, and I think you already get me why I'm saying Kwamuntu.
Yeah.
Because even the so-called famous historian, famous scientist, Chick Ante Diop, he used the consonants KM.TU. I'm using that intentionally. He used that. He said Kamtu. Of course, he was speaking Wolof. He couldn't have actually understood Bona abasekhulu or Bona bekhulu abasekhemu, because we've got that in our language. We've got the saying Bakhulu abasekhemu. Now, I want us to get into this word called Embo. And when you explain this name called Embo, I want you to get into who actually makes up the nation of the people called Embo, of the people of Embo, and what it could actually mean.
All right, brother. You'll just let me know when I should start.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead, Mhlonishwa.
Tamago. Tamago,
I know
Mranaka.
my questions, they're a little bit open-ended, and it sounds
Uh,
like I'm.
can I play a song first? You know me and
You can
music.
go ahead, my Nkosiam. Today we are having that night vigil, as I said.
All right, I
So
wanna play a song and then I'm gonna give context afterwards.
let's go ahead. Please, people, listen up. Thank you very much, Mhlonishwa.
Xosi Camagu. Kukucamngca, kukunqula, kukucangatha ke xa sitsho.
Asedi.
Mna ke ndingumzukulwana, ndisisizukulu koonyawuza, koothahla, kandayeni, kooziqelekazi, koongqongqoshe, abantu abahlamba ngegazi amanzi ekhona. Umthwaka sihula, ndisisukuzuke ke kumangqosini, koothithiba, oonozinga, abantu bomlambo. Imbokodo emnyama kathixo noqengeleka phezu komlambo igqili. Ndisisukuzuku ke kumagcina, kooncancashe, koohelushe, koogadluma, kootyhopho, kooxamela. Ndibuye besisisukuzuku kumagiqwa ke, koojikijwa, koonkosana. Umvambo yiketile, imvaba yiketile, umnqayila inqindi. Tingwa ikhwazi ukhwaza ngabayaziyo. My brother, please mute so that I can start. You see this song, nah, I know this song from when I was young. I didn't listen to it from YouTube. I know it from my home. Ithi le ngoma Masiembo. Ithi Masiembo, but you're not gonna hear the words because our songs are not composed of lyrics. When we sing, we say siyombela. Siyombela when we sing. Siyavuma. That's
Baba
what we
kancane
say.
nje.
Brother.
Yo, angishaya. I hope people actually get what you just said. It's very powerful. A lot of people talk about frequency. They talk about, oh, you need to be in the same frequency, blah, 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 blah. They don't understand that sometimes the resonance is actually in the humming. When you guys say hymn, when you're going to church, but we are not in church. Right now, we are in a circle of fire. When you say hymn and they say, oh, and the brother is actually explaining to you that they are speaking about Embo, you need to listen with the ears of the spirit and you need to see with your first eye, not your two eyes. Thank you. Go ahead, Kamako.
Yes, my brother. Iti Masiembo yo Masiembo zibuyile zangoma kanivume yo kanivume yo ndiyazoyika sangoma yo zibuyile zangoma kaniembo Now, my people, here's the thing. You ask me who is Embo. Now I'm gonna go back, my brother. Please bear with me. We're gonna go back now. First and foremost, a lot of mythology has been said about Embo as to where Embo is. It has been said. With no proof though, but the people who kept on saying these mythologies have no proof, they just make noise. And we must somehow believe this damn noise they make. You're gonna shout. The loudest one somehow must be true because you keep on shouting about it. Tina, we work based on evidence. We do evidence-based research, evidence-based decision making, evidence-based reasoning. So here's the thing. When I was growing up, there's a saying that used to be said by elders. Ungayilahli imbo ngophoyana. Uze ungayilahli imbo udludle nophoyana. Do not throw away your, I quote, your imbo due to uphoyana. Now, uphoyana means something small, something tiny, something valueless, temporary pleasure. Imbo, on the other hand, in this sense, at the surface, means something highly valuable. But if you go deeper enough, Imbo, the word I just mentioned, when we sing, we say siyombela. Opela. Ukombela is the form of singing we use. Opela. Because the word is ukomba, to dig. Ukomba, to dig for. Therefore, ukombela, it speaks to the process of digging for sound from the diaphragm through the voice box. That's why our singing is not comprised of words, but sounds, midumo. When you dig deep into your diaphragm, your diaphragm goes up and vibrations come through your voice box, your trachea, and sounds come out. Uyombela, because you're digging for the sound. It is different from ukucula or ukucila, which comes from the word ci and o and u. Ci and u have to do with noise, high-pitched music, ukucula. Low-pitched vibrational sounds, ukombela, because you have to sing using the diaphragm, umqange. It's to dig deep into the abdomen and release sound. Now, ukomba is the art of digging. In fact, if you know what mining is, mining means to dig for. You understand? It's a word that means to dig for. It comes from Middle English verb, minen, meaning to dig a tunnel, which in turn from Old French, miner, to dig. That's why they're called things that are dug underground minerals. The things that are deep into the ground, they call them minerals. Izimbiwa, from the word ukomba, to dig. From the word ukomba, to dig. Embo, literally, is derived from the word omba as a imperative verb. Imbiwa as a noun that is derived from the passive verb ukumbiwa. Mopo kasisutu. So embo therefore and abambo kibapo. The people who descend from the miners of minerals, because to mine is to dig, from the old French word miner, therefore mineral, the things that are dug for, izimbiwa. So embo kulapho kumbiwa khona izimbiwa. In the most literal sense, that is what the word embo means. Do not be deluded by people who have no understanding of how our languages work. Embo is the place of mining. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. It is absolutely immaterial to this truth. So now, we generally use Embo for a northeasterly direction. Now I want to explain what north means, because I've realized people, I'm coming back to Embo, my people, please pay attention. I'm going to explain what north means. I'm going to explain what north means, so that when I say northeast, you don't get deceived and think I'm talking about North Africa. No. North is a constant direction on earth. It's a direction based on the position of the world. It's not a direction based on you or someone else. It's a constant direction. North will always be north. South will always be south. West will always be west. And east will always be east. It doesn't change because my mood has changed now. Impumalanga, guys, because that's where the sun rises. The sun doesn't change and rise in another place tomorrow because I changed my mood. So north is not something you can change. South is not something you can change. East is not something you can change. And west is not something you can change. East is where the sun rises. West is where the sun sets, regardless of where you are. If you want to know where north is, look at where the sun rises. No. If you want to know where east is, look at where the sun rises, in Mpumalanga. If you want to know where west is, look at where the sun sets, in Ntshonalanga. And then if you want to know where north is 90 degrees. It's perpendicular to the west on the right side. So it's a 4-quadrant situation. Imbombo zone zehlabathi. Because ubombo is an angle. Ubombo is an angle. There are 4 angles, 490 degrees. 9, 18, 27, and 36. That's why we talk about 360 degrees. The full revolution. So 90 degrees from Ntshonalanga, you have the north. 90 degrees from the north, you have the east. 90 degrees from the east, you have the south. 90 degrees from the south, you have the west. However, North and up are not the same thing. And I think that's where we need to be clear. Up is phezulu. And south is ezantsi. To go up, ukunyuka. To go south, ukwehla. No, to go down, ukwehla. But north, emantla. Now we put the compound prefix ma, which gives us approximate location. Emantla, emazantsi. That's north and south. Whereas phezulu is up. Now, up is not the same as north, because north is fixed based on the angle and positioning relative to the earth. Whereas up refers to the direction and is relative to your position. That's up now. It's relative to your position. And up also comes from a cultural and cartographic convention. So now it answers the whole question of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. It doesn't mean North Egypt and South Egypt. No. Upper and South and North are not the same thing, because North is not dependent on what Egypt thinks or what I think. North is 90 degrees up, right from the is perpendicular to the west, whereas east and west are 180 degrees from each other. So Upper Egypt is indeed up in Egypt, but it's not north. Now, when I was young, and anyone who can confirm, please confirm in the comments. If my parents are traveling from Cape Town to the Eastern Cape or KZN, they would say, Bayehla. They are going down. They are going down. Go June. I'm going down, which means I'm going to the lower country. When they are going to Cape Town, which is south, but they will say I'm going up. It is in the same context then that Upper Egypt is up and Lower Egypt is low. But Upper Egypt is in the south relative to the east and west. Because when you are in Egypt, the sun still rises on the east and sets on the west. But Upper Egypt is up. It's not lower. It's still up, but it's in the south. Same thing here in South Africa. South Africa is in the southern cardinal point, but it's an upper position. Because culturally and in our cultural cartography, we see the south as up. But it doesn't change that now. It's still the south, which is 90 degrees west of east. So if you move anti-clockwise, you start in the south, 90 degrees anti-clockwise, you have the east. 90 degrees anti-clockwise, you have the north. 90 degrees anti-clockwise, you have the west. And 90 degrees anti-clockwise, you are back. That's a full revolution. So I just wanted to maybe clarify when the confusion between north and south and up. Up and north is not the same thing. So there's a brother here who's confirming. I just want to read the question. Brother Young Ngabisa, he's saying we still speak like that. So when you are moving from Eastern Cape, you are going to Cape Town. You are going south. But culturally, that is up. Sienyuka. When you are moving from Cape Town to the Eastern Cape, you are going to the east, but also north. But culturally, uyehla. So that is in the exact same context then that Upper Egypt is upper and Lower Egypt is lower. But realize that they are not saying Northern Egypt. They are saying upper. That's very, very... So when people say the map was changed upside down, only on paper, Tina, we still refer to the south as up and to the north as down. And that's fine. It's not wrong. Because that's a cultural thing. But north is still north because it's a cardinal point and it's fixed. It cannot change. It cannot change unless you want to say then east is where the sun sets and now you're changing the rules of nature. I think I've explained that. Back to Embo now. Embo. We often refer to Embo as a cardinal direction, even as the eastern direction or even northeastern direction. I repeat, we often refer to Embo as the eastern direction or northeastern direction relative to where we are. So from the position of the Eastern Cape, I want to repeat, from the position of the Eastern Cape, the country of the former colony of Natal was called Embo. Mr. Makara, can you make my picture bigger? I want to show something here.
Absolutely.
Yes, brother.
Absolutely. Just give me a second, my king.
All right, no
Zokwenza
problem.
right.
No problem.
Zo-
So from the country from the position of the Eastern Cape, we referred to Natal as Embo, literally. In fact, if there would be thunder, what would happen is that we would go outside and shout at the thunder and tell the thunder to go to Embo. We would literally tell the thunder to go to Embo, Kwela Mangwane, where the Ngwane people live. Literally.
At least they don't know the language, so they won't be able to send it to M. I'm sorry. I'm just saying it in case they want to use it maliciously.
Yes.
Yes.
So
go ahead, Nkosam. You've got the big screen, my king.
Yes, I can see. Don't worry, it's coming. It's coming, my brother. So we refer to Natal as Embo. Culturally, why? Because relative to the Eastern Cape, Natal is northeast. And therefore, as a locative direction, Natal is Embo relative to the Eastern Cape. That's one. But two, remember the true meaning of Embo. It is the place of mining. It is the mining city. And therefore, every location where there's evidence of mining and smelting of iron itself, which is mined, by the way, iron comes from underground. Wherever there's evidence of mining minerals, that place is Natal. No, that place is Embo, excuse me. And I want us to understand. So when we said Embo, we're talking to the thunder and the rain, which we called Unamba. Kwela Mangwane, apho kudliwa khona ngondebendala. We're sending the thunder, say, go to Embo. Because there was a belief that when the thunder starts to come, it's because of the planting of amabele, which we called amazimba abomvu. I want us to understand, guys, so that tomorrow we are not on TikTok arguing with people from Jamaica. I want us to understand so that tomorrow you're not arguing with Igbo, people who eat humans and dogs and cats, about Abambo. So you need to actually take the knowledge that you're being given for free. Block this bastard, Brother Makara. Block this bastard. This deluded lunatic. Block this thing. We cannot be listening to this fool here. Block it.
Done, Nkosam. Chubeka Nkosam, don't get distracted by imbeciles. Please.
We've got
Imbeciles
agents here.
Yeah, we've got agents and we understand that they are going to infiltrate the live. Let us keep on tapping the screen, guys. Please, let's tap the screen. Let's share the lives. Don't share the live with idiots. Please. Yeah, mina guys, niyablockana. Mina, if you talk nonsensical nonsense on the chat, I'm going to block you. Mina, I don't believe in karma. I'm not Christian. I'm not Muslim. I'm not Juju. or Jewism. I don't believe in. I don't follow that nonsense. So mina ngizokublocker.
Hayi man.
And I don't care what your ancestors are gonna say or your people are gonna say. Mina ngizokublocker. So please, chubeka Nkosi yami, please. We are having a very insightful talk, and I think a lot of our brothers and sisters are getting enlightened because kunabantu abakhuluma ngabo Embo, Igbo. It was not Igbo, it was Igbo, which stands for Ancient of Days. But they themselves, they don't know nothing what happened 10,000 years ago. So please
Yes,
continue,
yes.
Nkosi yami, please.
So my brother, the name Embo has nothing to do with Igbo, has nothing to do with Hebrew. The word Embo is not the word Hebrew. These two words are completely unrelated. Hebrew comes from the word Eber, which means beyond, away from, in front of Eber. It means beyond the Euphrates River, because the people crossed the Euphrates River and came to the land of the Canaanite people, the so-called people of Canaan. Therefore, they were called Heber, and they also have an ancestor called Heber. It is not Embo. Embo is the place of Ukwemba, Izimbiwa. Izimbiwa meaning minerals, from the word Old French miner, to dig. Therefore, Embo is the place where people are digging the ground so that they can get Izimbiwa. What did the people dig for? They dug for Isinyiti. Isinyiti is the iron ore. It is literally the iron ore. What is iron ore? Iron ore is the impure rock that you find underground when you're digging for a mineral. Now, that impure rock needs to be purified to separate the minerals from the impurities. And it was purified through a process. We made fire in a fire hearth called Isidlangalala. Isidlangalala is the fireplace where the iron ore was burnt and melted. After the iron ore has been melted, we forge it. But the fireplace has these two compartments which are used to blow wind. They are called imvuta. Imvuta, and these are used together with the fire hearth isidlangalala to melt the iron ore, to separate the iron from the impurities, and we use it to forge. Once it's forged, it creates different articles. It could be, yes, that's metallurgy. It creates different articles. It could be weapons. It could be tools like hoes, imihlakulo, amakuba. It could be spears. It could be the heads of arrows, whatever we need it for. But this is what Embo was about, the mining of minerals. It's not just gold, it's all the minerals. Now, the people known as Abambo, almost all these groups, Abambo, Amalala, Amatonga, Amadebe, whatever you want to call them, these groups were renowned for mining and metallurgy. In fact, in my language, when you say someone is Ilala, you are literally saying the person is a blacksmith. Ilala is equivalent to a blacksmith in my language. Ilala is a blacksmith in my language. And we know there's a group of people known as Amalala, which are, it overlaps. The identity of Ilala and Umbo, they tend to overlap. You find the people of Kwamkize being called Mumbomhlope, but they will also be called Amalala. These are people who have a history or origin from those communities which dig for what? For minerals underground. So now, we must not lie and say Embo is Congo, any of those damn things. It's generally mining areas with evidence of mining. Ne? So Tina, where I'm from, we always refer to Natal as Embo. That's it. We always referred to Natal as Embo. My mother can confirm this someday. I will ask her, she will confirm and say, Embo, Kwela Mangwane, the country of the Amangwane. Now I'm going to show you something. I'm going to share my screen to show you something. Where do I do this now? How do I share my screen here? Oh.
Just go to the very same way you do when you're on your live. You
Yeah.
would go to the camera and press where you've got pictures and then select the picture and press save. But I wanted to add on what you were saying.
I wanted to show
So,
a video. Can
with
I show a
regards to
video?
you can, Nkosi yami, you can show a video, you can show a movie.
All right.
You can show a movie. Yes. But I just wanted to go and as you are doing that, just to show our people. I hope our people saw when our brother was talking about Embo and he said it is the northeast. I hope you guys go online and look at the golden meridian. Right? Look at the golden meridian. Look at what is called the Zeb Tepi. And let me know if that is not on the northeast. And let me know if you don't find gold mines along that region. Same way they say that we've got a copper belt in so-called DRC Congo. You need to understand that our people actually understood where they could find minerals.
Yes.
And
Imbo.
those minerals were always connected to specific geographical areas. And those geographical areas, we call them by names. One of the names is Embo. So every area, I don't want to say every area, but most areas where gold was mined is called Embo. There you go. The brother is showing you on the screen. Thank you. Go ahead, Mkuluam.
All right, my brother. So, and that's the thing, ne? That's the thing. So here in isiXhosa, this dictionary, and there's many other dictionaries, but this one describes Imbo. Imbo, that which is precious, that which is valuable, that which is golden. We talk about the golden meridian here. In isiXhosa, Imbo is something that is golden, which is one's own. Do you understand? It's not that which is in Congo. It's not that which is in Cameroon. It's the name Abambo is not that which is Igbo. No, it's something precious, valuable, and golden. And therefore, it comes from gold. Now, isimbo is a usage or a custom or a manner or a style or an attitude or the peculiar actions or gestures which a person or a tribe exhibits in what? In moving or dancing by which he is distinguished from others. Now, Amakos have a word isimbo to describe the ways of the Abambo and umkwa to describe the way of Amakos. Mbo people and Kwa peoples, still from the same source. Still from the same source. So Imbo is something gold and a highly valuable mineral. Not this nonsense of Igbo. It has nothing to do with Igbo people. It will never have anything to do with Igbo people. Now, let's come here. There's a saying here. Phrase, ungalahli. Ungalahli imbo yakho ngophoyiyana. Literally, do not cast away your own or your precious one for that which you are not sure of. That's literally what it means. Don't throw away something precious for something that is temporary and you're not sure of. My brother mentions now the what? The meridian, the golden meridian. 30 degrees north, you have the Sphinx of Giza in Heliopolis. You have the Melozo in Ethiopian Sudan. If you go down, you have Great Zimbabwe. You have Timbavati. You have Durban, Phoenix. All these areas, there's gold and mining activity that has been happening all the way to so-called Kwamuntu or Kwakama. Now, here's the problem. I don't understand when people say Embo is to trace back to here. Why can't this be to trace back here? This approach is colonial in nature because it is based on the assumption that this here is not from here, but from here. Why can't this be from here as well? Why? I just want one piece of evidence that the people who built these civilizations were not here. I just want a time when they were not here, where someone can prove. Because now I have proof. The oldest books that were written that I got were from 1498. But not just 1498, even the books that were written by the Arabs in the coast of Azania. There's people here, and it's us. There's always people here. So where do the people who always try to claim that South Africans must have come from here? Therefore, that's why Embo is linking them. That's ingenious. That's inauthentic. Because this is a civilization in its own right. This is a civilization in its own right. These are civilizations all the way to here. It's a belt of continuity. But why this one specifically must be from somewhere else? Why does it not have a right to exist of its own? I just want someone who can explain it to me and make it make sense why the specific civilization, why its origins always have to be foreign. I just tried, I'm honestly interested in understanding that reasoning, because if you go back to the Portuguese writings of 1498, there's still Nguni people, there's Abambo here, by those names already in the 1400s. I repeat, in the 1400s, the Abambo are called Abambo, the Nguni are called Nguni. They are not called by other names in the 1400s. You don't go any earlier than that. The 1400s is the earliest people have written explicitly about us. So, I repeat, Embo, in essence, is the northeasterly direction relative to the south. So from here, this is our northeast in the Eastern Cape. If you go further up in the same meridian line, all these are Embo. All these. In fact, the founding fathers of Kwamuntu or Kemet, they stayed in a city called Imbo. The founding fathers of Kemet stayed in a city called Embo. Can I show you? Yes, I will. Let me show you. Because the founding father of Kemet were the people known as the Nakada. They were known as the Nakada people. They were in Upper Egypt, which is the Sudanic area now. I'm not going to go too deep into it. It's coming. The Nakada culture. I just want to show you something. The Nakada culture is an archaeological culture of Chalcolithic pre-dynastic Egypt, which means before the pharaohs. 4,000 BC to 3,000 BC. This is 6,000 years ago. Named for the town Nakada. For the town of Nakada. These were before the pharaohs. Before the pharaohs. These are the people who came with the culture. But the skulls, when they did DNA sequencing on the skulls, look at this. This is what we call Gwa in Kwe and in Ngai in Isikos. This is all over the Eastern Cape, by the way, this kind of pottery. So now let's go to Nakada 1 and see what the name of the city they lived in was. Okay, that's Nagada 1. It's called the Amrian culture. Let's go to Nagada 2. It's not giving me what I want. City. Give me a second. I want them to explain to you what.
And Tatematsikani.
Yes.
Tatematsikani, I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, sir.
Can we get everyone? Yeah, can we just get everyone to tap the screen? I'm getting a lot of lagging. Yeah, let's just tap the screen, guys. Let's share the live. Let's tap the screen just to keep the live alive. Sometimes we get infiltrated, we get people reporting the live for no particular reason. Ezumkulu is dropping facts, is dropping bombs, is dropping nuclear bombs on nuclear bombs. Can we please just tap the screen? Let's get to 70,000 likes. Let's make sure that we share the live. Let's make sure that we protect the live so that the ones that are actually reporting their lives, they never win. Let's share, let's tap the screen, guys, because right now the screen is lagging on my side. So I'm not sure if there's people that are reporting the live or something. I'm not sure if there's a problem with Kulu Matikane's network, but please let us share, let us tap the screen. Let's get to 70,000 likes. TikTok, we'll have TikTok shop, whatever they call it. Please let us tap the screen. Let's get to 70,000 likes. Let's keep the live alive, and they mustn't think that we are dead. Go ahead, Nkosiam. But you are lagging on my side, Nkosiam. I'm not sure if it's you or if it's me.
All right, brother. All right. It seems as if it looks green on my side. But anyway, remember we are still talking about the golden meridian, which is what Embo truly is. Embo means these are gold sites. These are sites with gold deposits. Therefore, this is Embo. This line, all the civilizations that developed here are literally Embo. All the civilizations that developed here are Embo. In South Africa, I told you, Natal, Embo. You go to Mpumalanga, Embo. You go to Mozambique, Sofala, in this region, Embo. Great Zimbabwe, Embo. All the way to Sudan, Embo. All the way to the Nile civilizations, Embo. Now I'm proving it. I said the founding fathers of whatever, Kamuntu, Kemet, whatever people want to say, the founding fathers are what? Are people of Nakada. The Arabs call it Nakada. The Copts called it Nekapthion or Nekaterion. The Greeks called it Pampanis. But in ancient Kemet it was called Nubut. Nubut. Here's the interesting thing now. It's unfortunate I can't find the link I want. Here's the interesting thing. Nakada is an ancient Egyptian city known as Nubt. But look at the meaning of Nubt. It means gold town. Remember what I said about the meaning of Imbo. Remember what we said about the meaning of Imbo? That which is precious, valuable, golden. Therefore, the meaning of Nubt, the city where the founding fathers were, is called Nubt, gold town. And in classical times, it was known as Ombos. The term city of gold is a direct translation of Nubt, the golden city, Imbo. Imbo, golden city, Nubt, Ombos. Let's click here. Maybe it's going to take us to where I want to go. Let's click here. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for.
Nkosiam, I'm losing you.
Really?
Ndati Matsikane, I'm losing you. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing you. I'm not sure if it's the network or ilabo Satani labo. I'm not sure
How is
if
it now?
it's network. Let's just give it a few moments just to stabilize. Cause yeah, like I also couldn't hear you. There was a moment where you were actually lagging. So everyone, please, F1 on the chat. Let's refresh the live. Let's tap, guys. Let's tap. Let's get to 70,000 so that TikTok can actually see that this is actually for educational purposes only. We are not malicious. We love TikTok Live.
Okay. Can I continue?
Please, let's tap the screen so that our brother can actually stabilize. Yeah, because you are breaking up on my side. I'm cool. I don't know what's going on. I don't know, Nkosiam.
Yes.
So I don't know if it's your network or it's my network. Your network. My
It looks
network has
fine on
been
my side.
problematic all night. Okay, you guys must let me know if it's my network. I can always change networks, but on my side is actually showing. On my side is actually showing everything is fine. So you must let me know. But please just tap
Can
the
you hear me
screen,
there,
guys.
Makar?
Because sometimes when we are
Ureng?
not. Right now I can hear you, Mkul. I can
Okay,
hear
you'll
you
give me the go
100%.
ahead.
Yeah, we can continue. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. I think everything is stable right now. But
All
yeah, there was
right.
a section I couldn't hear you breaking up very bad. So I just wanted to get us back to what you were talking about. Go ahead and go,
All right.
Kosiam.
I want you guys to notice something, ne? If you notice these sites in the meridian line, they are usually between 23 to 30 degrees north. Most of these sites in the meridian line, all these sites, all these civilizations in the golden meridian, they are usually between 23 and 30, 23 and 30 degrees north and south of the equator. Now, I said to you, we've already agreed that here in KZN, Embo, there's evidence of that. Tinama Kosa, we've always referred to KZN as Embo. In fact, even Mpondoland has been referred to as Embo. Some people say Embo emampondweni. Apho kudliwa khona ngoNdebe endala. Which means we considered emampondweni to be in the golden meridian. Therefore, it's Embo. We considered KZN to be in the golden meridian. Therefore, it's Embo. You have Mozambique, Sofala. There was abundant gold. This is also why people claim that it was the mines of Solomon. You have Great Zimbabwe, abundant gold. You have Mapungubwe, abundant gold. You have all the way, but here, you see where there's the star here in Philae. You see where the star, it's 24 degrees north. I want to show you something. I told you the founding fathers of Kemet lived in this place called Nakada. Nakada is in Low Upper Egypt, which is it's south. It's in the southern part of Kemet where there's the dark-skinned people. The dark-skinned people, it was called Nubud. Nubud. This is Mbo. That T at the end is the feminine. It's Mbo. That T at the end is the feminine, like Siswati. Kati. They add Kati for Siswati. Mbogati. The great Mbo. Because females, countries are females. Countries are females. What is a country? It's a land. What is a land? It's a female. How? Because a female takes the seed and reproduces and gives you fruit. I'm going to that. Pause. I want to show you something. This great place known as Nakada, Nubt, Gold Town, was also referred to Ombos. It literally means the city of gold. Ombos. Now, this, I want you guys to read for yourselves. Né? Please. I'm not making this stuff up. Kom Ombo. Kom Ombo. In Coptic, it was called Mbo. I repeat. In Coptic, Kom Ombo, the city of gold, it was called Mbo in Coptic. Mbo. Embo. Look at this. This is a Shwa sound. Embo. Can you see, guys? Can you see? Embo. or Nbo, or Enbo. And then it was also called Omboi in Greek. Omboi. So the Greeks took this name Omboi or Otos, Omtos, no, Ombos. Yeah, Ombos. Yeah, because this is O, this is Mu, this is B. Oh, yeah, it's Ombos. In Latin, they called it Ambo and Ombi. Look at the direction now. I want you to notice the direction of Embo. Look at this, the location. Look at the coordinates. 24 degrees, 28 minutes north. 32 degrees, 57 minutes east. Northeast, aka Embo. Now let's go back to the golden meridian and look at most of these directions. They are 24, 24, 30, 30. 30 degrees south of the equator, 24 degrees south of the equator, 24 degrees north of the equator, 30 degrees north of the equator. This is exactly the location of this city of gold, Ombo, or Embo. Embo. So we need to stop the delusion that Embo means the people of Congo or the people of Cameroon. No, it means the place of gold. We can't just, guys, we need to not be lazy. We have to stop being lazy. We must actually think when we speak about things. This is why people cannot take us seriously as a people. Because we are very lazy in doing things. Oh, there's a word called Embo in Cameroon. Therefore, we are Embo. We come from Cameroon. Yes, that's it. Huh? How can you think like that as a person? As a person, how can you think like that? You can't just take because things sound the same. Things cannot just sound the same. They must also mean the same thing in these two unrelated languages. So here, I'm showing you Kom Ombo is Embo. Embo. It's not in Xhosa, it's not in Zulu, it's not in Ndebele. It's in these languages, even in Greek. And this is what they say the meaning is. What do they say the meaning is? They say city of gold. It's related to the word Nupt, which is likely related to the word Nubia. Nupt means city of gold. It was also known as Nubet, city of gold in the Nubia Valley, which is the exact same meaning that we found here in this isiXhosa dictionary, something golden. So now, without any doubt, the definition from the south, the definition from the northeast is aligned. It is a definition based on gold. It's not based on the Ambo people or the Igbo or the Agbagbo. It has nothing to do with that. It's an old name that refers to gold or copper or any minerals really that you can find underground. It's a name that comes from an old word which means to dig. And therefore, these are cities where people were digging and mining. Now, all you can do is to study the cultures of Great Zimbabwe, study the culture of KZN, study the culture of City of Gold. Study these cultures. You will see these people were busy mining gold here and smelting iron and smelting copper and smelting brass. These are civilizations. Don't tell me about some jungle people who are living in the jungle who don't know nothing about precious metals. And you tell me, oh, you come from the jungle of Cameroon. Do they have evidence of that? I want evidence. I don't want you to tell me that there's a word here, a random word called Embo, so you guys come from that place because there's a random word that sounds similar. No, we don't work with random words. We work with evidence. Now, let me take it a step further. Perhaps it's going to help clarify things even more. Let me take it a step further. There's a man called Mongameli Mabona. His life and work. He was one of the earlier bishops of the Eastern Cape. He fought against the system, but he was a bishop. This is him. Mongameli Mabona. His life and work. I'm just gonna check something here. I just wanna search for something. There's something I'm gonna help you guys see. You see, in Northwest, there's Bapong mines. Bapong means ebakubambo, ebambweni. Bapong, ebambweni, at the place of the diggers or the miners, those who are mining. Now, I wanna do something. Just give me a minute or two. Okay, let's read together. Oncoming tornadoes or storms can be heard miles away in southern Africa. In my young days, whenever this terrible sound was heard in the uncanny silence which precedes such storms, one would hear also people starting to shout at the top of their voices. They would come out of their huts with their red blankets in their hands and stand in the inkundla. Inkundla is the khutla, the field in front of the house, and wave their blankets vigorously in the northeast. Northeast. What did I tell you about northeast? Come here. City of gold. 24 degrees, 28 minutes north. 32 degrees, 57 minutes east. North, east. What did I tell you about north and east? All these, the meridian, the golden meridian is northeast, northeast, southeast, northeast, anyway, on the northeast relative to someone who's in the south. So, what is this one saying? People would stand vigorously in the northeast direction. They are waving their blankets in the northeast direction. What is the northeast direction? Why are they waving their blankets? They are chasing away the thunders and storms. Baya heshula, baya heshula, hesh, hesh. What would they shout? Listen to what this man is saying. And they would vigorously in the northeast direction saying, Embo, oya, oya. I repeat, Embo, oya, oya. Go that way, go that way. And this is not someone who was taught this. This is someone who lived this experience. He's telling his story. I have done this myself. When there's thunder, when there's a storm, we go outside. Yembo. Okay. There's Lona in the comments agreeing with me. He says they would repeat these shouts at their gestures of shooting away till the storm either arrived and forced them to go into the huts or pass them by. The inkundla position was thought to give the people the authority and power of their ancestors. The storms generally arrived when the ikaba is the new plants, the shoots on the side, are said to ukukepuza, to grow towards maturity. Just before they produce fluorescence, the shooing away ceremony, ukuheshula or ukuhesha, is directed to the Lord of Storms, the God of Storms, Chief Namba, Unamba, Lord of the corn, the sorghum in this case, of all wealth. So Unamba is the God of wealth, the God of Embo. Hence, Embo is also the place of wealth. Someone did say that. He is Mzimkulukawa. You guys are twins, most. Twins, we know them. They are powerful, those ones. Yeah, parents would definitely send twins outside. He is supposed to be coming to claim the corn and is with this ceremony being sent about his business to his own kingdom of Embo, whence sorghum is supposed to have originated in the first place. On the other hand, when the fields were visited with locusts and all the methods generally used to get rid of them had failed, a group of young girls of puberty age and a bit over would be carefully selected and sent for days to go naked around the field singing. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Virgins would be called if there are locusts in the field. And what would these virgins do? They would sing in the field, even for days. What would they sing? They would sing this, Woya, 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 sivela kwa kama. Mbo, mbo, sivela kwa kama. Mbo, mbo. It's the virgins who are singing this now in the field to chase away the locusts. Remember, I told you the time of Nomkubulwane is also the stars, the Pleiades that appear in the time of Nomkubulwane is in the constellation of the Virgin, Virgo, in which the star called Isandulela appears. So when these locusts come, Virgo are called out. I'm a virgin, is Intombi. What is Intombi? What does the word Intombi mean? The word Intombi comes from the word Itombo. What is Itombo? Itombo is a softened form of the word Kobo, which means blood. Itombo is blood, even in Isindebele. Ikobo is blood, and Amaxhosa know this word, Ikobelo. Old women know this word. Men know this word. Ikobo in isiZulu isihlonipho. Ikobelo in isiXhosa. Ithombo ngesimpondo. Ithombo ngesindebele. Ukuthomba, therefore the girl goes in menstruation. Intombela is blood or something that is red, even red cows. Kuthiwa zintombela. That's where the word intombela comes from, as a cognate of the Xhosa word ukucobela. So we call intombi virgins, and most likely they would have gone through the process of ukutomba. Ukutomba is to burst forward with blood and become a fountain. Umthombo wegazi. Umthombo wegazi. So Intombi would go outside. Intombi, therefore, the one of the fountain of blood. Woya, 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 sivela kwakama. Mbo, mbo, sivela kwakama. Mbo, mbo. That is to say, go away, do go away. We are from Kama land. Now land, remember I told you land is woman. Land is woman. So Kama plus ati is the tekela form azi, which we normally use for women. Kazi. So Kama plus ati, ukamagazi. Sivela kukamagazi or kamagati. Mbo, mbo. Sivela. You see how they use kama and mbo interchangeably. Kama, the black, the scorched, the burned. Not just the skin, but also the land itself. The dark, fertile lands. Because land and human are the same thing. That's why Kama and Kamuntu, Kwa Kamagati and Kwamuntu mean the same thing. Because land is a person. Land is a person. We have a group of people we know, we call them the Ku people. Isi Ku, in reference to the word Uba. Uba. Inku. Isi Ku, the body of the human, is the earth in and of itself. Kamuntu kwa Kama, the land, the black land, the black people, the dark soil, the fertile soil, Ukama, Umbo, the wealthy land, the land of gold, but not just one specific location. We've been saying the Golden Meridian. These are the civilizations of the Golden Meridian, above and below the equator, because the very source of the Nile, the very source of this shiny river, unilo ngesilala, umlilo, the sparkling river, unilo, umlilo, unilo, umlilo, Nile. The very source is here. Can you see the source of the Nile is exactly at the center of the equator? The Nile comes from the center of the earth. The center of the earth is the source of the Nile, and the Nile flows northwards but downwards. That's where the difference between upper and lower is. Lower Egypt is lower, but it's north. Upper Egypt is upper, but it's south cardinally. Cardinally. So, my brother, then, that is my submission. I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Nkosi yami. Just to add on what you were saying. This book is called the Bantu Rosetta Stone. The Bantu Rosetta Stone. What I'm adding on to what the brother is saying is when he was talking about Inkomo. And in ancient Egypt, or what I would like to say, ancient Gamt, they call it Inkomati. I hope you guys can see what I'm highlighting. Komati. Even in the south, we have a name called Komati. There in the Eastern Cape, we have a name called Komati. I usually travel to that place. It's called Komati. Now, when the brother is explaining that when we are speaking about the feminine side of it, we always put the TI, which the ancients, they put the T. Which the ancients, they put the T. And then in the Siswati, when they're talking about a female cow, they call it Inkomati. I hope you can see it. It's here. I hope you guys can see what I'm actually highlighting. I'm just substantiating what Inkosi Usandile Wagwamadzikati is actually expressing, so that you actually don't think that we are pulling this out from our ASS. We are not. We are speaking the ancients of language, where the people actually say that we Bantu people, we never had no language. We never had no psychology. We never had what do you call it? What do they call it? What do they what do they call it? Physio what? It's not a physiology. But the name of the book is actually called Rosetta Bantu, Rosetta Stone. You can actually, philosophy, thank you. Philosophy. Hey, there's too many words. Naki buasi Sutton. Capacity Sutuka A+. So English is actually a ninth language. Ninth, not second, not third, not fourth, not fifth. Ninth language. So I'm just substantiating what my brother is saying.
Yes, brother. And you let me know when you're done so that I can talk on Abambo.
Thank you very much. So you can see it right here. It's in Komati. So that when you see certain words in ancient Kemet, you understand where they come from. As they've been saying that the ancient Kemetians, they actually learned from the people that were coming from the south. I hope you people actually get it, because it's right there in front of your face. And we are not actually capping it. This is Umkhulu Zamalek. Umkhulu Zamalek, we're just going to have a discussion with Umkhulu Sandile. And then when we are done with our questionnaire, we will go and you can add on some of the things that we will discuss. So I trust you will be able to actually give us your patience with regards to this subject, because there's a lot that me and Umkhulu Sandile Wagamatikane have to discuss. But I just wanted to add on that part. This book It's a book that is available on the net. It's not a book that I just pulled out. I didn't create this book. It's a book that is out there on the net. You can actually find it. It is a book that was actually created by the Kenyans. The Key Swahili Bantu Research Unit for the Advancement of the Ancient Egyptian Language. So I'm not just making this up. When I'm actually pulling these words as, yes, it is actually aligned with the decolonization program, cool, because we're actually showing the decolonization structure and following our ancient ways, just to show people the words that Umkulu is actually talking about. Because when he spoke about the T, which actually denotes the female aspect of our cosmology, that people don't actually think that we are just pulling this out. It is actually there, written for all to see. For all to see. So if you want the book, this is the name of the book. I'm not gatekeeping. You can actually download it for yourself. It's free on the net. If you speak the language, if you speak a Muntu language, as it says here, if you speak the Muntu language or Batu language, yes, it is called the Bantu Rosetta Stone. This is part B, but there's actually part A, part B, and part C, which actually shows the correlation of Bantu speaking, or Abantu, or Batu, Banu, Vanu, Manu, whatever you want to call it, of those people that are speaking this language. So I was just correlating this name, Komo, Inkomo, Komati, which is called Khamt by our ancients. I just wanted you guys to show that. I just wanted to show you guys that, so that you understand that whatever that we are talking about, we are not just pulling it out. Whatever that we are talking about is something that you can research on your own, and you can come with your own analysis and your own conclusion, because we don't want to come across as people that are biased and we are one-sided, because a coin actually has got three sides. It's got the top, the tail, and the other side, which is the center. Thank you very much. Mkulu, you can go ahead. I just wanted to substantiate that part so that the people can actually hear what we are talking about, and they don't just think that whatever that we are talking about, we are actually being biased. This is something that can actually be studied, and you can come back and inform us if we are lying or we are telling the truth. We are actually open. This is not a closed book. It's an open book. You can go ahead, Mrana Matsikani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Can you please again allow my screen to be big once again? So as I continue on Abambo, now this is a different book from a different time altogether. Here they explain Imbo, and the people who wrote this book are actually people from KZN.
Renata, sorry. Oh, yeah. Now you are. Sorry, you are not.
These are people from KZN who came to South Africa. So it's not even Xhosa people who wrote this. So they said Imbo lilitye elihle ngokwenkunzi yeqhude elizuzwa empafane eqhudeni iliwa elilapho abembi balo iingcibi zobhedu ngamalala Abambo, that is to say abembi, the miners, litsho ixhego umtika lasengqushwa. So these people, ingqushwa is a place here in Eastern Cape also called Pedi, It's a place that the British, after causing division and all that, gave to the remnants of the people who came from KZN, some of those who fought against the natives, who are natives themselves. Anyway, Ingusha was given to them. So their description of what is known as Embo, they said it's a beautiful stone that is like ikudu. Kude is kudu in its cause. It's not a cock, whatever that thing is. Male chicken in isiXhosa is umqhagi. So this is kudu actually, which is abelungu called ikude. So he says this stone, this beautiful stone, is found also eqhudeni in Empafane. Now this is a river. Eqhudeni, you remember, you would also know there's people known as Omthembu, Omnisi, Oqhudeni. There's a cliff there, and the people who dig this stone are known as Ingcibi zobhedu. Ingcibi is someone who's good with hands, a mason, an expert. This word ingcibi comes from the word ukungciba, to make with your hands. That tells you that there's an industry involved, craftsmanship involved. Ingcibi zobhedu. Ubhedu. It's like Balubedu, the Balubedu people. It's copper. Balubedu, the people of copper. So ingcibi zobhedu, these are copper smiths. Ngamalala Abambo. So Amalala, the people known as Amalala and Abambo, I've told you before, their history does what? It's the same groups of people. They are the what? They are the experts. They are the experts of gold. They are the experts. Not to say other cultures didn't do it. These people, though, were kings. So Abambo, therefore, then means the experts of gold. There are many groups now that form under this. For example, Odlamini, Basentlangwini, Besiti Bangabambo. So they are called Abambo. I'm not going to call all the different groups, but the groups known as Abambo, known as Amalala, the people who are good at making weapons, one of the most prominent group are the Dlamini. Now, the Dlamini are very diverse. There's Dlamini Zizi. Dlamini Zizi are the descendants of Umzizi. The name Umzizi means roots. It means something like a tassel, like roots, something that's, tree-like, a tassel. Ematiti in their language. They are called Ematiti. They come from Umtiti. Mtiti is the descendant of Usongololo. Songololo, who comes from Umtalatala. Umtalatala, I believe, is an alias because Ukutala is to give birth. So Umtalatala gave birth to Mtiti, to Songololo or Shongololo, who then gives birth to Abakwangolosi, by the way. Shongololo gives birth to Abakwangolosi and Umtiti. Umtiti gives birth to Umnwabe. Nwabe actually means the wild cat. Nwabe actually means the wild cat. It's a name for the wild cat, similar to Kwabe. Kwabe also means the wild cat, which is similar to Sisutu Kwabi, which is similar to Kora Wa or Kwab or Kwas, which is in Isiswati Ingwa, which is in isiXhosa Ingwe, is the wild cat people. So Umtalatala gives birth to Ushongololo. Shongololo gives birth to Umtiti. Mtiti means the roots, or Umpande, basically. Mtiti now gives us who? Gives us Umiya. Umiya, you have the people Abakwamiya. And then through the line, you end up having Abantu Bakwandlangisa. You end up having Abantu Bakwa Dlangati, Abantu Bakwagoqolo. And then you have Ujama. No, you have Usjadu. You have Ujama first and then Usjadu. And then you have all the different sons of Udlamini Wesbini. The sons like Ulamieni, you have Usjadu, you have Utenya, all the different groups. These are the people that we know as Amazizi in the Eastern Cape. Amazizi. They are just one group of Abambo. The reason why I'm pointing them out is because one of the kings of Amazizi from the house of Ulanga was a man called Umurosi. who settled in Lesotho with the people of Ulanga. In fact, they were called Bahalaka by Basotho. Abagalanga. This would be a painting of Muros. I don't know, it looks like it's poor quality. But yeah, this is a mountain, Mount Moros in Lesotho, in Kuting. My ancestors are from here. They were under this king. Many of the people in this region were under this king until Letsie the first, the son of Mushweshwe, sold this man, Murozi, together with the British in 1879, and they killed him. Amazizi were known as the best workers of iron. In fact, Murozi himself became so rich in Kwaikwe, he was called Enga, which means rich lord. He was called Enga, which means rich master, because he made weapons using iron and I believe copper, ubedu, and he sold them to Mushweshwe. They had a very good relationship. I like in the comments that some people are mentioning that they used to make ubedu for Isilo, for the Zulu king. They used to make copper and itusi and all these weapons. So it's many groups like Abakwangolosi, Abakwangcobo, and then you have Odlamin ba Omalandela. Now Bakono Malandela, Bakono Dlamin Ontungwa. You have Abakwa Bengu, you have Abakwa Masango, many different groups, but basically you have Abambo, you have Amalala. They know who they are. I don't think that is the point here. But these people are basically descendants. They are descendants of goldsmiths, blacksmiths, ironsmiths, coppersmiths. These are people who work with iron, who work with mining. Zingcibi zezimbiwa. So they are the experts in mining. They are not the only ones. There are many other groups like the Zimbabwean peoples, the Balubedu. I mean, the name Balubedu should tell you. These are people who work with iron. These are metallurgical experts. These are blacksmiths. These are forgers of Southern Africa. And you can see the industry that comes from the descendants of these locations. I mean, you just have to go to Zimbabwe or to watch Zimbabweans work with their hands. This is not political now. I'm talking about pure skill. They can make intricate structures with much more ease because they come from these lines. And this is from the Eastern Cape all the way up. Eastern Cape, KZN, Mpumalanga, Limpopo area, all these groups. They were particularly renowned for what? For being stone workers, diggers of underground. Now, there are other groups that are known for other things. We're not saying the other groups did not have their own industries, but these ones were particularly, outliers in this field. I know someone is going to be like, you guys have an agenda. You are busy here, elevating other groups. No, we all have our own specific skills. But we're talking about the name Abambo. So these groups now, someone is going to say, they come from King Mumbo. But guys, you've already seen, there's no need for you to be lied to now. You've already seen that Mbo means gold. It means the city of gold. Here it is. So it has nothing to do with King Mumbo. I repeat, Mbo has nothing to do with King Mumbo. It comes from the word Ukomba, Izimbiwa, not King Mumbo. Just because a word is used as an ethnic name doesn't mean it comes from a king. I promise you, a few years from now, and I'm not saying this to offend anyone, a few years from now, people are going to say there was King Kwerekwer who gave birth to the tribe of Kwerekwer. That's what people are going to say a few years from now. I promise you. Because everything has to be a human being. Gandhi, that's not the case. That is not the case. Sometimes, yes, people take names after ethnic names. There's a person, KwaXhosa, who's called Xhoseni. But it doesn't mean the name Xhosa was a personal name given to a person. But now, because the name is famous, therefore people start using it to name. So that's very important to note. Ethnic names do not always translate to people's first names. Now, I'm not saying that there was no one called Umbo, But that person called Umbo, by all evidence, must have been named after the ethnic groups had already been formed. How long have these ethnic groups been in existence? You know, liars will try and claim things about the Abambo and the Abenguni and tell you that, oh, the Abambo, they were around. Someone said the Abambo came in South Africa in 1575. Someone said the Abambo came in 1575. They crossed the Zambezi in 1575. And that is unfortunately what happens to you when you need Europeans to tell you your history. You become a fool, an imbecile. Pusillanimity is a bad characteristic. Do not be small-minded when you learn. Be brave to go and find your true history. They say Abambo crossed the Zambezi in 1575. They were with a group of people called Amazimba. But no one can point you who is Amazimba. I can tell you straight now who Amazimba are. And they have nothing to do with Abambo. Amazimba, it's these people who are called Zvimba. The Lion Clan. It's a group from Congo or Angola. They descend from the Mbundu peoples. The Lion Clan, Zvimba, is Simba, related to the word Timba in Xitsonga, which means Amandla, the strong animal. The Zvimba people came from the Mbundu kingdom, crossed over to Zimbabwe as migrants, and they became the Zimba people. We heard stories about them. In Zimbabwe, they were absorbed. They have nothing to do with Abambo. Absolutely nothing. Abambo, on the other hand, in the 1400s, they were already in South Africa and they were already called Abambo. Abenguni, in the 1400s, they were already in South Africa as they always were. Either way, by the way, they were
Before
always here. It's not like they were moving somewhere else. They were
Before
always here and they were called Abenguni.
before
So
80.
these names, are you speaking, brother?
Yes, I'm saying before 80. Those people.
Yes.
If we are able to find so-called buildings that are more than 200,000 years old, and I'm talking about Inzalo, and I'm talking
Yes.
about Weneng, and I'm talking about other so-called civilizations that they would like to date in the hundreds. We know very well that it does not take 5 minutes to build a city. It didn't take 10 years to build Johannesburg City. It didn't take 10 years to build so-called eThekwini or so-called Cape Town. So people must understand that as much as we have Mapungubwe, or we have Tulumela, or we have Sofala, those cities were not built in 1 minute. It took them hundreds of years to build a city. So if they're going to date that city to so-called 1200s, you must understand that it took hundreds of years to make it a city.
Yes,
Even
sir.
if you say that there was 300 people, there's no such a thing. A city is not made of 300 people. A city is made of more than 100,000 people. So for Thulamela, that is in the Kruger National Park today, to be called a city that is made of stone, it must have encompassed or housed more than 100,000 people. And that must have taken more than 100 years for people to build. So people must understand that what you are talking about is not something that was built over 5 minutes. It took
Yes, sir.
hundreds of years for them to build. So Mzungu might go to so-called Great Zimbabwe or Mapungubwe and say that it was built in the 1200s. That is a fallacy. You must go back thousands of years for you to actually understand when those cities, and I'm not saying village, as some people would like to say, Africa was a huge village. No, Africa was a place that held spaces and cities. And I'm saying cities because you wouldn't go to West Africa and find Benin with iron smithing, with masonry, building walls that are longer than what they called or what they call the walls of China or the Great Wall of China. They built a wall that was greater and bigger than the Great Wall of China. So you must understand that it must have taken them years and years for them to build that city of that stone-walled city. People need to understand that. You can go ahead, Nkosiam, and then we will
All
have
right, my brother.
Malek edify to what you are saying. Thank you very much. And Mkulu,
All
Mina,
right, my
I can't
brother.
see what you're showing. Your skin, your screen is blank. I don't know if it's me or if it's you.
Can I talk now?
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
Nkosiam, you can talk. Please try and reload your screen if you can.
Hey,
'Cause,
can you
right
guys
now
see? Can you guys see my screen?
it's black. I don't know if it's me, but okay. Okay, they say they can see the screen. I guess it's me. But you can go
All
ahead.
right. So this is Manuel I of Portugal. I'm still talking about Abambo, ne? This is Manuel I of Portugal. He was a king from 1469, or I think he was born 1469 to 1521. He was known as the Fortunate or Vendoroso. He was king of Portugal from 1495 to 1521. A member of the House of Avis, Manuel was a Duke of Beja and Viseu prior to succeeding his cousin John II of Portugal as monarch. So this was the king of Portugal, ne? In 1495 until 1520. What was happening in 1495 to 1521? Something was happening in Europe. It was something called the Spanish Inquisition, which was followed by the Portuguese Inquisition. So the Spanish Inquisition was something that was done by a queen called Queen Isabella of Castile and King Ferdinand II of Aragon. They started this in 1478 and it ran until 1834. It's the Spanish Inquisition. What was it done for? It was originally intended primarily to identify heretics among those who converted from Judaism and Islam to Catholicism. Blah, 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 blah. It was a religious war they were doing amongst themselves. It was started by Spain and it trickled over to Portugal in 1478 all the way up to 1834. That's what is happening. So the Spanish and the Portuguese around this time, they are hunting down people, they are beheading them, they are hunting down people, they are taking children from their mothers, they are murdering and unaliving people. It's a mess. And obviously, there's Moors in the area. They are cleaning Europe from the Moor, including the Black Moors and the Tani Moors, because there's different types of Moors. You have the Black Moors, the Black ancestors there, those who gave birth to the Morrisons, to the McDonalds, to the Douglases, all over Europe. And then you have the Tani Moors, the mixed-raced Moors. And then you've got the other groups, the people of Carthage. They are cleansing Europe from 1478 to 1834. Right? And they are rewriting history. This is one of the images. And if you look carefully, this is possibly a melanated person. Now, how is this relevant to Abambo? In 1497, this king that I showed you, Emmanuel, the Fortunate, they call this chapter 4. It's in the book. The book is written by Faria e Souza de Manuel, I think. It's a book that is called The Portuguese Asia. The Portuguese Asia, that's the name of the book. Portuguese Asia. It was written by Faria e Souza. Chapter 4 reads the discoveries under King Emmanuel from the year 1497 when he sent out Vasco da Gama till the year 1500. Now, do you understand that Vasco da Gama was sent by the king? Vasco da Gama was sent by King Emmanuel. He did not come here by his own free will. Just like Jan van Riebeeck was sent by the king of the Netherlands. I think it's Willem the Quiet. Let's check. Let's check King of the Netherlands in 1652. I think it's Willem the Silent. I'm not sure, but I think so. From the House of Oranje.
Takalani nje.
The stadholder, who was it was Johan de Witt. Jan van Riebeeck started the Dutch colony, blah, blah, blah. So it was Johan de Witt, the stadholder. Oh, yes. It was the stadholder of the House of Oranje. That's why you have Orania here. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that when they came here, they were sent by royal families. These criminals and thieves who came here, who were called explorers, were sent by royal families. It tells you here the discoveries under King Emmanuel from year 1497 until 1500. 1478, Spain is beheading, it's burning, it's crucifying people. They are cleansing everyone who's not Catholic. Spain and Portugal are like brother and sister. They're cousins. So what is Portugal doing? They are sending people here. They send who? Vasco da Gama, who came here. Let's read. King Emmanuel inherited not only his predecessor's kingdom, but his earnest desire of finding a shorter passage by sea to the East Indies. So they're trying to go to India. Let's go further now. I want to show you something, né? Because these people say that black people arrived in 15 what. In fact, they even make it shorter now. Black people did not arrive, guys. They were not traveling anywhere. Because to arrive insinuates that you were on a trip. There was no trip. Black people exist. And secondly, there are no people who call themselves black people here. We must also deal with that. There was not even a single group who said, Tina, we are black people. People here call themselves Abantu, Vatu, Vanu, Vatswa, Chwa, Kwe, Kui, etc. Which all means the indigenous. So already when you start to erase people's point of reference to themselves with your own agenda, you're already dehumanizing and invalidating and nullifying their own choice to identify themselves. Anyway, let's see what this bloody book is saying. This is written in it's about 1497. Let's see what happens in 1497. And this is way before 1575 when they say Abantu crossed the Zambezi in 1575. Let's hear what Vasco da Gama is saying. The third day being the 20th being the 20th of November, 1497, he weighed and passed the great Cape of Good Hope. That's Cape Town. He passed on the 20th of November, 1497. On Saint Cabarines, whatever they're calling it. I don't give a damn because that's a colonial name. On Saint what was next day, they touched Angra de San Blas, which is near the island, where they found birds called whatever, made like a goose, but with wings like bats. This is 60 leagues beyond the Cape. Here they exchanged, I think this was Mossel Bay. Here they exchanged some merchandise and observed the people guarding their cattle. They found people, 1497, they were guarding their cattle, some women riding on oxen, which we call Khaigomagu or Khegu. Women were riding on oxen, Amakhegu, and some dancing to pipes that made no contemptible music. You know them, okay? Trust them to gossip. But because as they coasted, in order to find some port, they found the blacks appeared in greater numbers and warlike manner. They found who? The so-called blacks, whom they called Kafre in the Portuguese book. This is a translation. The original was written in Portuguese. This is 1497, guys. The Portuguese wrote who they found as they continued on the coast of South Africa. They found Abantu. In fact, even before 1497, there's 1486, where Viceroy Don Diamelda went to the Eastern Cape in Kesi, 1486. He saw villages there. 1486, almost 200 years before the bloody thief Jan van Riebeeck came here. So this nonsensical argument that history began in 1652, it's complete and utter bull's bollocks.
Portuguese.
So it says they were in greater numbers and warlike manner. So they were strong and scary, basically. He terrified them with firing some guns. He took all the provisions out of the bark and burnt it. On St. Lucy's Day happened a storm. This is 1498 now. The more terrible because it was the, what? I think it's still 1497. It was the first. On Christmas Day, they saw the land of which, for that reason, they called Terra di Natal, which means the land of birth. Terra. Terra is the word for territory and terrestrial, which means land. Natal is the word for prenatal, postnatal, nata, to give birth. So Terra di Natal, the land of birth, the land of Christmas. Because they say Christmas is the time of birth. It's actually the birth of the sun. Anyway, not really the birth anyway. But anyway, that's not the point. Christmas land, because it was the 25th or the Christmas day. Also, this is what became Natal today in KwaZulu, Natal. This is what became Natal today. It was called Natal by Vasco da Gama, which means Christmas land, because Vasco da Gama saw the land on Natal. Look at the egomaniac nature of these people. You find people there, as he says, they found the blacks, but he still names the place, and they still take the name, your government. Still take the name. Why would someone who's a stranger, a foreigner, knows nothing about the land, come and name your land, and your government just says, yes, master, and they take the bloody demonic name and put it there, and we have to say Natal now for who knows what reason. And then they called it Christmas land, and also the river they named De Los Reis. De Los Reis, which is in Afrikaans, they have De La Rey. Rey, Reyes, Roy, Rex, it all means a king. In English, regal and royal, by the way. The river of the king, De Los Reis, for being first seen on the day of Epiphany. Here, Da Gama left 2 men. He left 2 men to inform themselves of the country and give him an account of at his return. To this purpose, blah, 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 blah. Let's go down now. They are in Natal now. They saw the natives. Ne? They saw the natives. Now, I want to show you something. Because, yeah. I want to show you something because there's a point where they talk about the people now in Natal. They talk about the people in Natal. They call them Virangune and Virambe. Virangune and Virambe. Why do they call them Virangune? Come here. Let's read. The place where they landed by the Portuguese is called the country of the Fumos. Who are the Fumos? The Fumos are the chiefs of the Tonga people, Mufumo. The name of the book is Portuguese Asia. By the natives, it is called Makomati, Umkomati. They were in Umkomati, being inhabited by the so-called Kafras, which they called blacks of this name. So it's clear here they are in Mozambique. It's very clear they're in Mozambique. But this is where I'm interested now. Here, in the latitude of 28 degrees is 1.5 minutes. And to the kingdom of the Vambe, in the 1500s, kingdom of the Vambe. They didn't say chieftaincy. They didn't say clan. They said kingdom of the Vambe. This is Vambo, Abambo. Abambo. In fact, before that, they talk about Mukalapata, the king whereof extends his dominion. Mukalapata has been said to be Ulufuta, Abakalufuta, Abakaqwabe. Let's start here. Let's start here. The country is called the country of the Makomatis, Umkomat, being inhabited by the Kafirs. It is in the latitude of 27 degrees, 20 minutes beyond the river of Simon Dot, 50 leagues south of the Bay of Lorenzo Marquez. All the land of the Fumos belong to the king of Virangune. Ilizwe labenguni. Virangune. This is in the 1500s, guys. The name Nguni is already there. The name Abambo is already there. There's a kingdom. The Portuguese say it was the king. They don't say it was a chief. They don't say it was a petty clan. They don't say it was a captain. It was the king of the Virangune in the 1400s and the 1500s. And then the country of Kalapata, which is, people say it's Kalufuta, or in the Tonga dialect, Kaluputa, Puta, or Kalapata. The king whereupon extends his dominion to the upper part of the river of St. Lucia in the latitude of blah, 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 blah. To the kingdom of Vambe, the contains a great part of the Terra del Natal, which is the Natal now. So Abambo were already in this place called Natal. Look at this now. Look at what follows. From hence to the Cape of Good Hope, there are no kings. Interesting. But Ankoses, Inkosi, or lords of villages. Next to the kingdom of Virangune is that of the Inaka, towards the northeast. I think now he's moving towards Mozambique. Now, I'm not going to go any further. What I want to point out is that he says, from Natal all the way to the Cape of Good Hope, you have Inkosi. But between the Cape of Good Hope and Natal, it's the place of Inkosi. Then after that, you have Natal, the place of Abambo. Then you have Ilizwe Labenguni. Then after that, you have Mozambique. Do you guys understand that this is literally the exact same way that we are still are to this day? Except now the Cape Colony has been invaded. They pushed all the people to the east, to Transkei. It's sad that sometimes I hear Xhosa people saying, Nansuke Transkei, I have villages. They don't know that they were literally put there as concentration camps. They think that they were always there. Unfortunately, they don't know. I hear people, you can't be from Gqeberha. Gqeberha is not a village. Gqeberha is a town. Why is it called Gqeberha then? Who do you think named it Gqeberha? No, you can't be from Jeffreys Bay. It's a white people's place. Why is it called Kelekwa? You can't be from, you can't be from Port Alfred. It's a white people's place. Why is it called Koi and Kawa then? Who do you think stayed there? No black person can come from Kraydog. No black person can come from Aberdeen. Why do we call it Nweba then? No, you can't come from Graf Reinet. Why do we call it Nuba then? Come on, guys. These people were stealing from us. In fact, as far as the 1600s, Krotowa, the one that Jan van Riebeeck met, the niece of Autumao in Cape Town, told Jan van Riebeeck about Xhosa people that she saw in Worcester and Paarl in the 1600s. Xhosa people were in Worcester and in Paarl in the Cape Winelands region. Worcester Paarl is just along the Bergrivier next to Stellenbosch or the Cape Winelands region. Xhosa people were there. Jan van Riebeeck knew it. That's why he sent Isaac Schrijver to go and find the gold that the Xhosa people were said to possess. Jan van Riebeeck stayed here because there was gold. He stayed because there was gold, and he kept on moving forward because he wanted to find the gold. In fact, in Cape Town, he was told about Amaxhosa, he was told about Abambo, he was told about Mwene Mutapa. He was told. So, I just want to say, we know who Abambo are. They know themselves as well. My point was to say they've always been here for the longest time. But we must not forget, when we talk about Embo and Embo, we must always come back to the golden meridian, because this shows us the range of civilizations of Abambo, from Eastern Cape to the Nile, to the estuary of the Nile, to the Red Sea. From Eastern Cape to the Red Sea. But this is not the only line. There's many other lines here where civilizations took place, and gold mining. Gold mining has been happening in South Africa for a very long time, guys. It's been happening for a very long time. So Abambo, these zingcibi zobhedu, ingcibi zembo, the experts in mineral exploitation, extraction, the experts in metallurgy. Now, we could talk about other groups as well, because, we can talk about the people who are experts in weather manipulation, Amakwahu, the people of the sky. We could talk about those groups, but today we talk about Abambo and Embo. And its connection to Kemet then comes back to what I was saying. Embo. Oya. Sivela kwakhama mbombo. Sivela kwakhama mbombo. What did I say about that? They are telling you that we come from Embo, kwakhama, kakhama, kom, ombos, kama, mbo, kom, ombos, the city of gold. In fact, here it is here. Some of the remnants they found. But more than the remnants, it's the genetics. It's the genetics of the people they found in the graves. It's the genetics of the people they found in the graves, for me. That matters more than anything else. The genetics pointed to so-called sub-Saharan Africans. The genetics pointed to so-called sub-Saharan Africans. Even the burial fashion, kwaguqanyawo. Look at this. This is kwaguqanyawo. It's a fetal position. When Amaxhosa say kwantsonga nyawana, this is what they mean, because the feet are in a fetus position. Unyawo lusongiwe, unyawo luguqile. The rain is raining here. It's raining. Yeah. But look at this now. The gifts that this person is born with. Can you not see that this is the womb? Can you not see that this is the womb? I think I'm going to hold it here for now. You may give the others a chance, my brother. Toast.
Xhosini. Ngizathi Xhosi eXhosini. Ba tsebang ba nkutlwa. Ke makara wa Mofokeng o tswalang ke Makgethe. Tsamaku. Re a leboha wena o Matsekane, wena wa Motshweneng. Those with ears have heard, and those with the inner eye will see. And I hope everyone has actually gotten what we are saying. We're not going to repeat ourselves. Ka Sesotho ba re, tapole ha e ebolwe habedi. Sesotho ha se tolokiwe. A ke no ipheta hape. Ke tla e bua ka Sesotho fela. Unfortunately, for our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, I cannot translate what I just said. Just a second, Gigi.
So, sorry, brother, ne? I'm still here. Just so that, because I think maybe people think I'm leaving.
No. I
I'm
know.
still here.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are having a long night discussion today. We might even sleep in the wee hours of the ancestors, which is 3 a.m. For those that are not ready, they can go to sleep. Some of us, we are waking up. We are up. I'm all the way up. I don't even want to go to the US and start singing Khalid, but we are all the way up. Today, we are breaking the misnomers. Today, we are breaking the misunderstanding. Today, we are breaking the spell. Today. For those that think that we don't have the knowledge systems, I guess you might even have to share to your brothers and sisters in the US that are saying that the Africans in Africa, the Bantu, Abantu, Batu, Vanu, Manu, whatever you want to call yourself, we don't have a knowledge system. And today we are breaking that. We are breaking that spell that has been brought to you through Gremoric sorcery. People are saying I'm breaking. We are breaking that spell today. Brother Gigi, just a second. I would like to welcome Honorable Zamalek Giza. Bengizombiza ngesisuthu. Ke motshwari wa dinnete. O tshwere dinnete. I can't explain that in English, unfortunately. I can't, but I won't. NgesiZulu bathi umlandi or umphathi wemilando. I would like to welcome Umkhulu Uzamalek Giza. We will continue with our discussion wena Mutshweneng. We're having a 3-day discussion. I will
Yes,
call
sir.
it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Umkhulu.
Greetings, Honorable. Hey, it's just I'm busy with something while I was listening. So it was beautiful when I was listening and busy, being not given a spotlight. But now, what I wanted to say is to echo, not to be redundant though, to echo the same traditional knowledge system like Ambo, like Ambundu, from the what we call Ambundu people in Angola. They have a system called Ambundu, and they are smithers. This is another thing. They deem their smithers as Ikibi or Ikibing, and that consists of the, we can deem it as a secret society. These are some of the things he alluded, so I was reminded of that, and how the Ambudu, they had their hero called Jambi Kuranga, and Jambi Kuranga, he created a descendant of the kingdom called King Kitamba Kiyashiba. And King Kitamba Kiyashiba, they were smithers, known as people who produce the macalite. So I wanted to just echo that was so accurate even when we take it into the north. And to take it to the south, Mkulu Baba Credo Mutwa talks about Ngunzu, who was Ongunza, who was Ngenea Embo, or Ichibile Chazele, or Ibudu, or Ibuda, Luchibisa. Buddha meaning efficient, like a doctor, like a word doctor, Ibuda. And then that is someone who's a skillful master in craftsmen. So when you are talking about this, it just reminded me of that. and I get close to the story that happened in the 11th century. In the 11th century, in in the they call it Sotwabo caves. There's a grave they digged there. They dig it recently. The people who control what we call national heritage. So they dig there, they found a grave. They found a person with a lot of ornaments, like golden ornaments. Some of these stones and metals cannot be explained. Are taken in Europe as treasure and a proper, like a study. But now this image carried a symbol. One of the symbols is a common language we know as Abantu that we speak. That language is in symbiology. It says the same literal things that we're talking about. And now, what I want to say is that these are not tribes. Because when we take it to Egypt, in Egypt, in Embo, in the records of, because Embo get to be restored or rebuilt during the time of Ptolemy. And pre the time of Ptolemy, it suffers what we call invasion from the Alexandra. Before Alexandra started that, because he made the Ptolemy to inherit, it suffered from the Persians, it suffered from the Babylonian, and all of them. Everybody wanted to invade it because of, they said it summoned the old gods. If you take it to Egyptology perspective, people who pushing the religious idea. But taking the history of it, in the history of it, Seku-Eteri, pharaoh known as Seku-Eteri, he did take a trip. In his first trip, he made a pilgrimage. This trip he wanted to take not in Persia, but in a place called Greek, because he has already dominated himself via the Persian side or the Mediterranean line before the Greeks. So, or the Mediterranean seas, I mean to say, in Mesopotamia. But now he wanted to dominate the places like Greeks and these other places with his functional system. And then he had to make a pilgrimage. This is written in the books of Manetho for everybody who like to hear about that. And then this pilgrimage, they say he took down to a place called Ambo and in the land of Punt. And these are legends. Even the same Hashtepu, he had to go and take the pilgrimage in the land of Punt and the land of Ambo, the way the records are recorded. And that is why Ambo was a remembrance of that same ideal of the place. Why that same ideal of the place? It's where they mined. The majority of the mining places you can get are in the southern land. This is geographically and geologically known. And we can get these skills being passed through generations. That is why if you go to the Coptic, the simple people who have inherited admixture and in different way without deraying from Sneferu, who had conquered Greek. But the Coptic, they will have skills. And then these skills are passed through, not because they are from their family line, but because they've engaged with these master teachers or the smithers, or we can deem them the great teachers, or known in the combos as Komos Menes Samus. That is where we get the name Menes or Messiah. So, meaning the anointed one, or someone who's otochiwe. Ugwambesa, that is why you go to Kombos, Gombaswa. It means that that's someone who's anointed with the emblem of gold. That is why the precision of gold needed to pass through. That system has been given a lot of recognition, a recognition of fermentation and a lot of things that we do. That is hence why it's correlated to Honorable Sanel with the sorghum. And the sorghum being one of the original tools that we use. And when we dim and look at the sorghum, it has the brownish yellow, brownish reddish and white. And this brownish reddish and white, or when we dim it into proper contact, black, red, and white. That is why the flag of Egypt has that. The sorghum itself traces from that. It's an appearance of gold. We can get that same tradition being done by the Aztec, Inca, and the Olmecs when they talk about the maize or umbi, and then they will call it ambi or aebo, and then it must be the golden one. And they have a ceremony for that. Without going there, but I was trying to show how this particular tradition has spread all around the world through the Snakeru, one of the great legends that is written in Manetho, who had to go and dominate Egypt and dominate, Greece, dominate the whole place. But before he had to go there, he had to go to the south in the land of the gods where they can summon the god. First, he had to start in the church called Embo in order to get the records of going back to the south. Because when you go to Embo, they have a legend of the crocodiles and how the crocodiles emerge down from the south. And then they have legends on how sorghum, because when you go to that temple in Aswan, again, people need to tour these things when we talk about them, so that you see all these beautiful things. They show you a sorghum, it is caved there. They show you wheat, cereal, and other stuff that containing with the sorghum species. And when they show you that, they show you as sacred offerings to these particular gods. And then exactly the way Sizo offer umboti. And then I don't know why people wonder why Sizo bizo ngombo yabo ngoba sithi umboti. And we have to look ningangihleki phela ngoba ngikhuluma isintu impela yazi.
Angihleki ngiyalinganisa.
I think ngivale lapho ngibaleke wena liyo uyangihleka impela angisangena impela ngoba ngizothi ngilanda uguzumbo noqakumbo I think ngiyekele. Kodwa into engizoyiphinda futhi ukuthi abomkhulu basho ukuthi sahlikele entabeni zokhahlamba sibuya ngesilulu phezulu emazulwini. Sahlalela entabeni zelenge. And you can find artifacts of our people. You can find them ey'ntabeni zolenge. You can find them even ey'ntabeni lezi ey'khona ezinye, where we talk about these legends and we talk about all these different legends that created our culture and what we are. And pre the buildings, pre the systematic building, because the builders were, that is why they say Azazi or Abasazi, or they are when they can call it Azari in Egypt, meaning the master commander. The master commander becomes the master commander because of the building system. In Ethiopia, it became a title in the Kurian Seren system, or the system of royalty, because they inherited it from the great mothers who were called Bo Khadiki or Khosi or if you want to take it to Utadekobao or Utadekazi. So this is where we get those names, Kadeki, all these names. But these names and all of them, some other people will trace them from afar, but we have them. This is one of the things we need to be aware. We have this as a normal lifestyle. And this normal lifestyle in the old world, it was ranks, titles, because no one could be a Khadeki or Khosi or Nkosikazi or Utategazi, all those things, because that is why they will say Kadesi means the sister of a king, or a king's a sister or a related sister. It means that because of the words we have. But someone else, when they can translate that, they don't understand. That is why they will say, why in far Egypt? And I try to correlate a story of someone who had to go to Greece, but they had to go back to the lands where they belong. those lands are in South Africa, where they had to go and explore the tradition in its pure origin and old form, so that they can go back and go and spread it out there. We can get the same story in Buddha. That is why I talk about Ibuddha. And then some will say, no, booty, it means a booty, from the booty, the booty Afrikaans word. But Ibuddha means someone who's efficient, a great one, who's efficient and master skilled in particular craft. And then in cases of old, how it was introduced even to the Colaway and the rest of other people who translated our language, like Dr. Blix, who was helped by Sir George Grade, and the rest of other people who were working with them there without naming them. But they changed this name, and they took such of these names and say, oh, Ibuddha, but it lose its own used in our community, because whatever we have, it's no more scientifically given its attribution. Where when I will talk about minumpembe omuhlo phemba ngamambo wamalembe, abanye baphemba ngezibi, which means me, I talk about how I have this golden shining sorghum that I use, to embrace my place, but
Yes.
others, they will use that, to do that. So, but this is like, truly, trust me, this is how now the language loses itself, because
Yes.
when we speak it now, it will sound as if, oh, it's some religious thing of Mqombothi, as far as I get to the Mqombothi, ngoba abantu masesiphemba manje so sebenzisa amavovo nangezo. So asisasebenzisi into zakudala lezi zasisebenzisa impela bese sifakiwe khona lapha ezifana ukuthi zisondeza kulama minerals. That is why we had a mining system in their tradition and nendlela yabo. And the old miners, the funny part of the mothers, who were called Bantopo or Bamuropo. But I would like to just close it there without divulging our secrets that are passed through via initiation, because our elders were right in doing that to protect their interest for the future.
Lesedi. Le tla bja jwale ke re lesedi le kganya. Re leboha mkhulu. Okay, guys. So the discussion was actually a closed discussion, right? I only accepted other panelists so that they could ask questions, but I would actually like them to reserve their questions for much later on. I also want our panelists to also note that this is actually a 3-day discussion. When I'm saying day, I'm saying it's a day-night discussion. You will also have your time during your day, which is our night, to actually dodge down your questions, and we can actually ask the great ones. Umkhulu Sandile wakwaMadzikane and Umkhulu Zamalek Giza. They will be available for the coming 2 days, which we will hold our lives in the evenings from 1800 hours South African time till late. The discussion will basically be about from ancient Kemet to Ningizimu. For those that don't know what Ningizimu is actually the southern part of Africa. So already put down a questionnaire for our brother Usandile, but I see that Ubu is actually burning with questions. So welcome, Gogo. Is it Vuvu or is it Vuv?
It is what you call it. It is what you call it. And yes, burning with questions I am. I know the voice doesn't look like the profile, but I wanted get an opportunity to speak to Mkulu before he resides in his peace to give us some peace.
Yeah, just to give you at ease, we're gonna have this discussion. Essentially today. We're gonna have this discussion this evening because it's already 12. We will be having the same discussion, right? So the best thing for you guys to do is to have your pen and your paper and note down the questions that you would like to ask umkhulu uSandile wakwaMadzikane, so that we can actually have a constructive conversation. Because the idea is to actually enlighten our brothers and sisters in the continent and in the diaspora. So yes, when Vuvu, I will give you this opportunity to ask
Before I start, wena bhuti wami ngibonge lithuba ne ngingadi ukuthi ngende njani ngikhulume sindvu noma ngitame kufaka George kutsi tintfo tivakale kulabanye labangamuva noma ngayibhekisa ngesindvu so that ngikhuluma kangiva akhona kucacisa kutsi njengebantfwana la siphuma khona noma kumele ngiyibeke nges-George ukuthi wonke muntu lokhona akhone kuva angathi ukuthi ngichubeke njani ngichubeke ngesindvu noma ngihlanganise letintfo.
Can you please ask it in English, because we've got our brothers and sisters in the diaspora who don't actually see into, and like the brother above you, Uchiji, no Kwamuntu, akusibona abantu abaphuma la eNingizimu, abantu abaphuma ema-islands, abanye baphuma e-Central Africa, abanye bahlezi elizweni labazungu e-Europa. So ngizocela ukuthi mhlawumbe mabuza umbuzo wakho ubuze ngesintu ukuthi nabo bakhona ukuzwa umbuzo wakho, so that umkhulu uMazikane makapha impendulo akhone ukuthi abantu abaphuma ngaphandle bakhona ukusiva, ngoba this discussion is not only for our brothers and sisters in Africa only, but also for our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. I would like them to also hear and understand your question, so that they get to understand and understand the holisticity of what we are talking about. Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Iyavakala wakithi. I'd like to send my hello to everybody that's listening and to what we've been provided with the wisdom and the gifts of knowledge that we can never get in any other space. So I would first like to say thank you for providing us with an opportunity to have such a space and where we can all try to find ourselves. With that said, I will proceed to what my questions are and try to find a better space for my thoughts. But I believe that when I have such people in the space, that I'll be able to be heard and not necessarily make too much noise and try to find my way. So let me start. And here we go. It is very difficult for one as an African man, a black South African man, to find his space on this earth, because as we have witnessed at times when we try to defend our earth, we are made to seem crazy. We are made to sound xenophobic. But when other people in their patches of land claim it, they are called liberators and freedom fighters. But unfortunately, being a South African is being stuck not between granite and diamonds. We find ourselves stuck between the magma of the earth and what comes up with it. And we can never claim our own, because when we do, we are cast out. We've been sent out to look like rats that are trying to squabble for pieces of land that does not belong to them. But we do know that with our heritage and our culture, that somehow they've done it so well that we have lost ourselves. And even me talking now with the language of the Queen to try and make space for all of us to engage in this language, because I mean, it's the only thing that we have that will put us into unison and make us think at least with one thought. So we are not lost. We have just been neglected. And neglected, I mean that everybody knows that our own official languages are as official as the paper that they are written on. And it saddens me that I can't even articulate myself in my language so that everybody that's on the panel or in the windows or listening in can really tune in and hear my dire cry for what is supposed to be our future. And I am of the age that I can't have a future anymore, because I'm at that age where I am living in my future. Yes, I have kids that I think are the future, and I trust and believe that with spaces like this, they will be able to express themselves in a manner that they cannot be stopped, judged, or ridiculed, because the language of the Queen might not be at the tip of their tongues like it is with me. However, the most important thing that I wanted to bring to minds like I find myself in the space is that if we were as the people that we are, because we know who the people that are against us are, if we were collectively to then collect ourselves and use our power, and from seeing what happens in these streets and what the people are saying is that where the money is spent, the people listen. So if we did like what made Maponya the man that he was, if we were to take our money, the tiny 10 cents that we make, if we took our 10 cents and not give it to anybody that doesn't look like us and accept the bullshit that comes with giving it to somebody that looks like us, but having the heart and the patience to make sure that if you gave him today and he fucks up, we give him tomorrow so he fucks up even worse, so that he can get to a point that he can no longer fuck up because he has fucked up so much. He owes us as people to give us a good quality product, no matter what it is. I think that Tina Singitsinja, we give up too easily on us. That umuntu mawumnika ichance ukuthi hayi mntana ngithengisele into so akuthengisele ibe iflop. Flop njalo uzothi ngiyayibona into yokuthengela abantu abamnyama, singayenzi into yokubanika ispace ukuthi
Vuvu,
yes, hello.
Vuvu, sorry. Can you please ask your question? We have two guests, Umkhulu Zamalekiza, and we have Usandile, Umkhulu Sandile Wagamatsikane. Please, can you wrap up your question and ask the two panelists? Preferably, you would ask Umkhulu Sandile because that is the guest who is prestige currently. So the current discussion is come to Ningizimu. So you can ask any question pertaining to that, no problem. But yeah, we're gonna have to wrap it up because it is already the other day. Yes. Thank you very much.
Angixolisa kuba mutse. I had made a statement where I was supposed to ask questions. Ngiyabonga kungikhola ku-order wakithi. Umkhulu wami, bengicela kubuta mina ukuthi njengoba mkhulu credo washo ukuthi ngathi selisishonele thina bantu labamsulu ukuthi singabamba kanjani. Into bengithanda kuyibuta mina ngikuthi even if sidlulile leso sikhathi singaconsolidate njani njengabantu labamnyama ukuthi at least sitibuyise endzaweni yokuthi in the next 10 years singakhona kubambana sendinvo yendeke. What can we do right
Angazi
now that's going
kwenzakalani. Okay. Mkhulu Sandile wakaMatsikane, Mrena Motsoeneng. I hope you heard the question. Thank you very much, Vuvu, for your submission.
Siyabonga bakithi.
Siyabonga.
Amako.
Amako.
My brother, if I can continue, do you have any question for me when I so that I can just consolidate everything? And also, can we mute, please? I hear some snoring.
Yes. Vuvu, please mute yourself.
Is that me?
Vuvu.
Oh,
Yes.
is that me? Sorry.
No problem. When Nkosi yami, just give me a sec. My question was particularly we touched a lot with regards to Embo, and I hope people have actually gotten to the grasp of what Embo is. I'm not gonna go back to what you discussed, what you and Mkhulu Zamalek discussed. I think you have discussed in length with regards to what Embo is. And I hope our brothers and sisters in the diaspora got to actually understand what Embo is and actually connect it to what we are saying when we are saying Embo, so that people then actually misconstrue it and say, like other people that are saying, bathi baphethe ubukhali, ubuhlakaniphi, bathini? I don't wanna say the name. But yeah, abanye bathi baphethe ubukhali bokuhlakaniphi, then they're saying that Embo is actually a mythological area. You know, it is actually I don't want to go into that, but yeah, we've got people saying that, and you have just alluded and showed and discussed that the word Embo is a name that actually alludes to a place where gold mining is actually happening, so that our people actually understand why we are saying it is actually gold mining and why you will find a place in ancient Kamtu called Embo. And you would even find the so-called Latinos call it Ombos, and why it is called the area of gold. And as Umkhulu Zamalek has also put it out there, what the connection is. I hope people were actually making notes so that they don't go to other lives and hear the name Igbo, and then people say that it means the ancient of days. And then they go with that without even going into the etymology of the word. And I hope people actually understand what it actually means. Because it is not just about the spelling, as people would like to just interchange names and interchange alphabets. Right? I hope people actually got that. So, Mkhulu Sandile, Wagamatsikane, please go ahead. The mic is with you.
Thank you, brother. So I'm gonna go continue on the topic of Kwamuntu, Kemu, Kemet, Kwakama, all those different words, and then try maybe consolidate everything. And I did get the question. What do we do now? What's the way forward? How do we consolidate and all that? So this is a papyrus. This is a papyrus of Hunefa. A papyrus is a umhlanga. When you split it in half, or when you split it open, umhlanga, and then you maybe, let's say you utunge to sew in another, different split reeds. It's called in this clause. It's called ityeba. There's different types of ityeba. There's Ityeba of leather, and then there's Ityeba of mhlanga. So this is a paper that is made of mhlanga. And then this is a papyrus with obviously sayings and poems and what people would call prayers and all that. Ne? Here, there's something that was written, something profound. It is the Book of the Dead, by the way. There's something that was written here. I'm just going to read just a portion of it. It goes, we came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwells, at the foothills of the mountains of the moon. This is the Papyrus of Hunefer, Book of the Dead. These people who say this, we came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwells, at the foothills of the mountains of the moon. These are the oldest group of what is known as Egyptians or Kemet people. Where is the foothills? Where is the beginning of the Nile? What is this?
In the south. Beginning
Yes.
of the Nile in the south.
Yes. It's in Central Africa. So the very beginning of the peopling of so-called Kemet is Central Africa. There are 3 Niles that existed in the past. 3. There's the Blue Nile, there's the White Nile, there's the Yellow Nile. I repeat, the Blue Nile, the White Nile, and the Yellow Nile. Now remember, guys, when they say we, it refers to the Egyptians of the Delta region, the original people. Beginning of the Nile refers to the River Nile's Great Lake estuary in East Central Africa, the Great Lakes region.
Not the Mediterranean.
No, not that nonsense.
Not the
Not that
Levant.
Nah, not that nonsense. Not Middle East.
Thank you, mate.
3
Thank you.
Niles, blue, white, and yellow. Echo, brother. The Yellow Nile. So these are basically tributaries, ne? What a tributary is something we call isibhaxa or isiphambuki. They feed into one river. One tributary comes from this side, from Chad. It flows in here. The other 2 come from this side, from the central, east central. Both of them come like this. They merge and form what we know as the Nile. Now, the Yellow Nile, unfortunately, has run dry. It connects to Chad, what we know as Chad today, in Central West Africa. But all these 3 come from Central Africa. And the people in the Book of the Dead, who are the oldest group, are Central Africans. The founding fathers are Central Africans, and all their DNA analysis proves them to be Central Africans. Central Africans, their DNA links them to sub-Saharan African populations, including the so-called Kwe, including the so-called Pygmy, including the so-called Bantu. And yes, the so-called East Africans, because those bloody East Africans themselves are Central Africans. They just got admixtured with Yemeni and Omani slavers. Some of them were admixed with hey, I've seen Somalis with Afro. I've seen Somalis with Afro. I could not believe it. I've seen Ethiopians with Afro.
Wait, Vovo.
Guys. No. I don't work like that. Makara, please, my brother, please, be in control.
Vovo, you're gonna allow the speaker to speak and finalize.
Yes, please.
In essence,
brother.
I'm not even supposed to accept panelists. I'm only doing this because of grace. So please mute your mic. Let the speaker speak. Write down your notes. Tomorrow again, we're gonna have the same live, guys. We'll be discussing the same issues, or we'll be discussing the same thing. If you've got questions, tomorrow we're gonna have a question and answer session where the guests they'll be able to answer your questions. So please dodge down your questions. Right now, we are relaying the issues. We are relaying the discussion so that you guys get to grasp the root before you get to the fruit. So please, just for today, guys, and tomorrow, we will get
Yes.
there. We will get there. Please, let's just give Umkhulu Matsikane and Umkhulu Zamalek the opportunity to present what they have to present, and then we'll get to your questions. Thank you.
So those who are asking, just look for the papyrus of Hunefe, but maybe kinetic energy. You can just ask me in the group. Remember, there's that group where you joined, Sunday Tugan University. You can just I will share it in the folder. Don't worry. You are sorted. You are with me, Mos. You are part of my society. Anyway, my point here is the origin of the peopling of Wakama, Kemet, whichever name. I'm not gonna be pedantic about that, né? Because we know what we're talking about. The peopling of that is that the people are Central Africans, but not just Central Africans. Also, remember, it's 3 rivers originally. So the 3 rivers, one is in this region, all the way coming to meet these other ones that come from this region. So literally all these populations here in the land that was known as Sudan, because Sudan is not the country. Sudan is this region. Sub-Saharan Africa is Sudan, but especially this region here also, was called Ethiopia, this region. So both Sudan and Ethiopia, actually the names are in reference to this region and by extension to the rest of the continent, to those who came from the northern side. Hence, these were the seas of Ethiopia. So at some point, the coast was known as Azania, etc. So the three rivers connected together and pumped into what we know as the Nile, Itera or Itero or Ijelo. Ijelo. Now, Ijelo is basically a pipeline of water. Amaxhosa athi Ijelo lamanzi. Itero, the Nile. One of the names is Itero, Ijelo. Here's the thing now. The peopling of this place begins here. You go all the way up, you find all these graves. And all these graves, the DNA points this way, this way, this way, that way. I don't want you guys to be delusional and say only a particular group lived here. No. The Somali will probably find some kind of genetic or some kind of history that connects them to this place. The Pygmies will probably find some history that connects them. The Ethiopian will find some history that connects them. The West African will find, because this is 7,000 years of history, 7 millennia. There's no way there were security guards here blocking everyone else from accessing this place and only allowing people who are connected to Southern Africa. That would be an unparalleled degree of delusion to claim then that these other groups of Africans cannot trace some kind of connection to this area. I like when we talk about Embo, because then Embo is not just in South Africa. You go to Kenya, you find Embo Mountains. You go to other regions all the way to Sudan, all the way to what is called Egypt today. So it's very important to be cognizant of that. There are many other cultures here, just like there are many other cultures in Southern Africa today. Now, is there a link between here and here? Yes, there is a link. In fact, there is an exchange of technology that is taking place. There is an exchange of language that is taking place. In fact, if you trace the language, it comes back to Central South. Central South. South Central. I'm happy with Ubaba Ukredo Mutwa, with his description that this was one civilization. I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that because by one, it's not to say they had one king, but there was an exchange of technology without any doubt. The basketry you see in Southern Africa, a very elaborate form of basketry from Xhosa baskets to Zulu baskets, Hlubi, Balobedu, Bavenda, all the way up there. The working with reeds all the way up there. The way we used to make lights and lamps is Ibane and Ibane and is Changa Changa. Those are different types of lamps, by the way, that we used technologically. How we used to ukuphehla umlilo. All these things come together. But above all, the mythology and the origins, for me, and the names of these deified or these deities, for me, that is the most striking resemblance, because the very essence of them coming from here, they say they come from the hills. They are known as the people of the hills, where the god Happy dwells. But who is Happy now? Happy is the personification of the flooded river. I repeat, Happy is the personification of the flooded river. Now, come here. Now, let's go into allegory now. Let's go into allegory and see what is not visible, because that's where the truth is. You see the blue, you see the green, you see the gold. I repeat, the blue, the green, and the gold. Firstly, blue and green in our cultures is the same thing. Uhlaza is blue and uhlaza is green. Now, there are other names we can use for these things. The blue is the physical representation of the very river. The green is the physical representation of the fertility that the river provides. The gold is the physical representation of the wealth that comes after the flooding of the river. And on the head, you can see these marshy plants, because this is the personification of Happy. Happy, these two are known as Genii, or the codes of genius, the divine genius. And these two represents the 2 points of ancient Kamundu, the upper part and the lower part, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. I'm going to use those words for now, just for simplicity, being connected by Happy. But what is Happy now? It comes from an old word, Hap. Now, I'm going to explain what Hap is. If you speak isiZulu or isiXhosa or related languages, you would know a word, ukugaba. Please write it down. What do you know about ukugaba? And try and relate that to water. Please write it down. Gaba is the root of your gabi. Now, a lot of the times, the people who translate these words insert vowels on their own. Ukugaba is to excrete, to release, to even overflow. To excrete, to release, to even overflow. So when a river flows, it starts at the source, which we know is Central Africa, the dwelling of Happy, the personified force of overflow. And this river flows in the wet season, in the rainy season. It flows and iyagaba, ijelo liyagaba, ichero, the name of Nile, ijelo ngesixhosa. Let me actually show you what ijelo is. Maybe you may think, this guy is making this up. Let's go and see what ijelo is. And then let's also go and see what ukugaba is, so that we don't speak about things that have no, you always have to provide receipts in this kind of things. You always have to provide receipts. Just give me a minute. It's coming up. It's coming up. I told you it's a pipeline, or what is this? A tunnel of water. Umjelo or ijelo litantasa amanzi. Ijelo litantasa amanzi. The ditch or the pipe carries the water. The water pipe carries the water. Hey, Ijelo, the name of the Nile. Each arrow. It literally means river, by the way. Now let's look at. Oh, there's another meaning maybe that we can look at. It's fine. Let's look at now. Okay, yes. Ijelo, a tube to spurt water through, used when smoking, the mpeko, a telescope, or that's basically like figuratively. A telescope is also known as ijelo. But it's something that is shaped like a tube, like a water furrow here. A water furrow, you see. That's basically a river. Now, look at this one. Ugu gaba, which is to purge out. When something is too much, you purge it out or it comes out on its own. Uyayigaba. You see? Uyayigaba. Now, this is where the name Khapi comes in. This is literally where the name Khapi, the god of overflow. That's what it means. It is the personified form of the overflowing river. It is the personified form of the overflowing river. And therefore, Khapi, or as the white people wrote it, but that's probably not how it was written back then. It was probably vowels only. This dictionary is acting up, man. I think it's going to come right. Because I want you guys to see so that, it doesn't seem like we are just claiming things. I want you guys to see it for yourselves. So you're going to bear with me just a minute until I find it. And then we'll continue. It's coming. Okay. Should be quickly here. Amanzi ayagaba. The water being carried in a vessel on a person's head is sloping over. That's what I'm talking about. That's where the name Khapi then comes in. Let's see how they call Khapi. Let's see how they refer to Khapi. Let's come here. The annual flooding of the Nile was occasionally said to be the arrival of Khapi. Flooding of what? The river, Ichero. So, ukugabha kwejelo, kukufika kwamgabi. I'm sure there's people with surnames like Mgabi in South Africa. Khapi, the one who causes overflow. Now, guys, it's boring to study this book. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. And I need you, my people, to be able to go through the boring part of this thing, because then for you to be able to see these things, you need to do the boring aspect of it. It's exciting to just take words that sound similar and then, oh, happy sounds like hap. Oh, you are happy because you are happy. Yeah. Done. That's it. Happy is happy. It's from English. Oh, really? Oh, amazing. No. You actually have to go through the slow process, provide reliable evidence. Happy umgabi. Ijelo, the water tube or the water furrow, the overflowing water, therefore, is this. That's what they're saying. The overflowing water, the god of the flowing water, is the origin of Kemet in Central Africa. And the people who live in that region, these are the people of the hills. These are the forefathers of what becomes Kemet. And therefore, this is why they call Happy Umkabi, the Lord of the river, bringing vegetation. River, blue, vegetation, green. That's why this is the god of fertility. If you look at the breast that are here, those are symbols of fertility. And the big belly, umkaba, symbols of fertility. Muhapi. Now, this is why when a young man was getting married or a young woman was getting married, we would give them green beads, yellow beads to represent the gold, and blue beads, ulwandle, of fullness. The green beads, the yellow beads, and the gold beads, or yellow, as we did it, these are symbols of fertility. These are symbols of fertility. And the white is the connection to the other, is the connection to the otherworldly, itambo, to connect with the other. Now, let's hear what they call. They call him Lord of the Fish, Kapi, and birds of the marsh, Intlambo. So you can see from Kapi, Ukaba, you have the Kapi, the fish, Lord of the Fish, and the marsh. Imash says Intlambo, all connecting to Kapi. But who are these people? Who are these people of the mountain of the moon? Who are they? This is where now we start to see the representation now. We start to see the representation. I don't need to say any more here. I don't need to say any more. We start to see even more familiar things now, like these ones. Things that we can actually relate to. These are the people of Punt. If anything, this is a short woman with big bums, by the way, if you didn't know. Her name is Ati. It's a short woman with big bums, which in isiXhosa they are called Ojikijwa. Amajikijwa. There's a clan known as Amagikwa. One of their clan phrases is Ojikijwa. The same body type as Sarah Bartman. The same body type as Nkosazana's daughter. The same body type of whoever. You guys know. The body type that makes people to go and put BBL. It's natural. It's not, these people were in Punt. Same region. So do you realize that all the unique populations, whether today you call them Pygmy, whether today you call them Kwe, whether you call them Abantu, whether today you call them Abantu, these populations are the exact same populations that were here in the very beginning. The idea that Abantu are some groups who met in South Africa is completely nonsensical. These people, wherever they were together. From south to central to east. From here to here to here, they are all people who occupied all the area. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It should be clear, guys. When the Abangoni, AbakwaZwangendaba, the Masekos, the Jeles, when they left and went to Tanzania, that should have told you something. When Amandebele, Amantungwamba, Nomzilikazi went to Mtwakazi, that should have told you something. When Abakwagasa, Abakwasoshangane went to Mozambique, that should have told you something. When the others left and went to all the different countries, and it's not just the Nguni-speaking groups. When the Kwe left Cape Town, went to Namibia, that should have told you something. When they left Cape Town and went to Angola and went to Zimbabwe, that should have told you something. When some of them Mfengu and Xhosa left and went to Zimbabwe as well, others to Botswana, that should have told you something. You have Abalozi, you have Baronga, all these groups. Why? It's not new. It's been happening for millennia. Guys, come on. There is not even one group in the world that will stay in one place for thousands of years. They will stay here, others will move. Doesn't mean the ones who are here have left, but others have moved. Right now, Abangoni, where are they? They are here in Tanzania, they are in Zambia, they are in Malawi. But we are still here, Tina. We are still here. So just because Abangoni are there, doesn't mean we are not here. So just because you have Kwe here, you have Ntu here, you have Chwa here, you have Hadzabe here, you have Sandawe, it doesn't mean they are also not here. They are everywhere because nobody has put rules that you can't be here and here at the same time. You can't be here and here at the same time. So it would be ingenious. It would be inauthentic for us to claim that we've only been here only. No, we are big people. We move around. I know I have people in Western Cape, I have people in Eastern Cape, I have people in KZN, I have people in Northern Cape, I have people in Free State, I have people in Lesotho. What stops my people from being in Botswana as well? I have people in Botswana, and I'm talking about myself right now in 2025. In 2025. So the idea that there's some group who came here, found the Kwe, mixed with them, is pure and utter nonsense. The very Kwe you find here, you also find here, you also find here, you also find here, you also find here, up to here. It's even worse 5,000 years back. They were all over, even the desert. There's caves here with paintings on the wall. There were hunter-gatherers everywhere. Click languages were spoken this way, they were spoken this way, they were spoken this way, and this way. The idea that Click languages are South African languages only, these are just remnants. We are the memory of Africa. We are the memory of Africa. So I want us to understand, when you see Queen Ati of Punt, here is Queen Ati of Punt. This is a short woman with big bums, what they call stratopegia. In Jigijane ngesintu. In Punt, in the central to northeastern areas, or even some even say it spread to even northwestern areas around the Nile. But now what happens is that there are invasions that start to happen here over thousands of years. There are invasions that start to happen, and these invasions unfortunately push people more and more here, more and more here, more and more here. That is not to say people will not push upwards. It's both way, upwards, backwards, upwards, northwards, southwards, eastwards. That's why you will find people in Sudan, South Sudan, who relate to people in Senegal. Same names, similar language, similar features. In fact, even black Americans, 30% of black Americans will always come back with Southern hunter-gatherer DNA, Southern African DNA. I don't want to subscribe to these groups of Bantu and Kwe what because they are dumb and stupid. But for simplicity's sake, I will use those groups for now. 30% of American women have DNA from this region. I know a lot of people think Americans don't have Southern African DNA. No, they do. 30% of American women who've done DNA testing, they've got DNA that links them to Southern Africa. And it's not just women, even the men.
Even if
Yeah,
they
no,
try,
they do.
like they can go and say, oh, we look like West African, blah blah blah. Hey, those people, they look like us, man. Even if they try, they look like us. They can disagree and call themselves FBA, call themselves Indian. It's fine, but you look like us.
No, there's a significant portion of Americans, and not just North Americans, even South Americans, a very significant portion that has DNA links to this region. But I'm talking about Americans from USA now. At least a minimum of 30% of their DNA is from this region specifically. It could be Southern Angola, it could be Southern Mozambique. And remember, in Angola, there's a lot of people who came from South Africa, went to Namibia and Angola as well. But there's a lot of slaves as well who were taken from here to the Americas, from here to the Americas, and from South Africa as well. People don't think slaves were taken. No slaves were taken in South Africa. The whole thing with the four trekkers is because they didn't want to end slavery. That's why they entered the country. The four trekkers entered the country because they did not want to end slavery. That's why you've got the swart Afrikaners today, descendants of slaves. The four trekkers did not decide to leave the Cape Colony because they were just so venturesome or adventurous. They were not just being venturesome. They knew, we're not going to be able to survive. Remember, we are lazy. We are, victims. We always victimize ourselves. So let's get into the country. The Voortrekkers went into the country, pillaged villages, grabbed the lands, lied, cheated, did all sorts of treachery and cheating, and took slaves. So slavery did happen, a lot of it. I know there's a tree actually right now in a place called Gardens, a tree stump that has been cut off. They put a plaque for as a memorabilia. They say they wrote there here in Cape Town. Under this tree, people used to be sold. Under this, that's why you've got a lot of people with surnames like September, April, August, May, July. There's even people with surnames like Breakfast and Holiday. I'm talking about Xhosa people right now. Holiday, September, Breakfast. I know them myself. I went to school with a guy called April and a guy called May, his surname. There's Bosman, there's Bartman. Even in my own family, some of them were slaves in farms. In fact, some of my grandparents were slaves in farms. We call them Mama Khanuga, the Khanuk people, because they depended on the slave master in the farm. So if you are sold in May or bought in May, you become May. April, become April. We have a lot of Janchi. We have a lot of Janchi, which means little John, Yanchi. A lot of Jonas, which means Jonas. Jacob, which means Jacobs. We have Velem as well. Anyway, so the populations here were very diverse. It's very important to point it out. But there's no population that was isolated, only staying in Southern Africa. Indeed, there were people here for a long time. That's why you cannot then say our people come from somewhere else. But what you cannot remove is that there was movement of humans up and down, up and down. It always was there. But there were always people here. We found skulls that are tens of thousands of years old, skeletons. In fact, 15,000 years ago, we had the Ice Age. The sea was way further, so the land was much bigger. I repeat, 15,000 years ago, there was the Ice Age. The sea was much further than it is now. It's much closer now, much further. The land was way bigger than it was. If you would draw the map back then, you would see more islands. There would be more mountains. There would be more valleys, more rivers, etc. There's evidence of people living in Southern Africa already by then, making weapons with stones. That's why even when people go to the mountain, there's parts of history that are told in that manner. Because some of the tools that were used back in the day were stones. Therefore, when some of the things are taught, you can realize, no, man, this is a stone that these people are talking about. Because things were cut with stones. The knives were made of stones 15,000 years ago. And I'm not saying they were primitive. I'm saying they were proper. It's not just a stone that you can pick on the street. It's specific types of stones. Some of those stones were glass, like obsidian glass that comes out of a volcano, which is called dragon glass. And a lot of dragon glass tools were really good. You could make knives. You could make mirrors with dragon glass. That's why the earliest of these things are from here. So the Nile then floods around the rainy season and brings about silt from underground. When the silt rises, it overflows on the sides. Ukugabha, hence Nile. The silt rises from underground, the black silt, and when the black silt rises from underground, it's deposited on the banks of the river. Ezindongeni zomlambo. And that black silt also inspired the whole theme of black. The whole theme of black. That the black land. The black land. You understand? That's why people say, Kemet is the land of the blacks. Yes, there's that, but also the land itself, when the fertility from that is brought about by the silt that comes from the banks, from the bedrock. Because when the river overflows, the bedrock, it raises some silt from underground. It comes and is deposited on the riverbanks. That's why you have a lush and fertile land. What did these people do? They went and built dams and stuff dams that they are fighting about, the Ethiopians and the Egyptians, they are fighting about dams. What did the dams do? The dams prevented this. They killed the god of the Nile, Happy, Mkabi. Now you don't get floods there. Therefore, the land is not as fertile. Therefore, the river is basically locked in. It's locked. But the people who were there at the beginning of the river, as this papyrus of Hunefa states, it's very important we come back. We come from the beginning of the Nile. Those people who are from the beginning of the Nile are these people who are here. And these people who are here, their ancestors are from here. This is why this is called the cradle of mankind. So what is the connection between the south and here is that this is the mother of all. Over time, this becomes the mother of all. Over time, this becomes the mother of all. As the cycle of time and the cycle of life dictates that it moves up, down, and down, up. Up, down, and down, up. So you have all these different ethnic groups then. Your so-called Kwe, your so-called Ntu, your so-called Kha, your so-called Kui. At that point in time, some of these people are not even differentiated. They are literally one thing. 8,000 years back, there's no Abantu, Kwe, and Kwa, and whatever. It's one thing. Then they differentiate themselves through different lifestyle. One group starts to what? To keep cattle only, but they don't want to practice planting and what. The other group keeps cattle, does planting, does farming. They become Abantu. The other group just decides, you know what? We're just going to focus on hunting only. They become Kui. But these three groups need to coexist because they come from the same source. So they need to coexist. So the Ndu need the Kui for the rain dance. They need the Kui to stabilize the royal families. They need the Kui to ensure good initiation rites. They need the Kui, so-called Bushmen, to make sure that there's balance in the spiritual system. The Ndu need the Kwe to ensure that trade is established. The Kwe need the Kwe. So it's literally three people who come from the same source. And I say this without any doubt. There is admixture with some Nilotic elements. There is admixture with some East African elements and Central African, because they are people as well. Ngabantu nabo. They are not dogs, these people. They are people with elaborate cultures, and even linguistically, they trace to the Kwe as well, without any doubt. Have you seen the face of a Nilotic? Do you not see that some South Africans look that beautiful Nilotic face? Have you seen that beautiful Nilotic face? Don't tell me that you can't see. They look like indigenous people. But obviously, this is not the point. The point is not for us to come and praise Nilotics. Because sometimes when you talk honestly about these people, you go and listen to what they say about us. You realize, this is what they don't want us. But look at this face, my people. Can't you see this is an indigenous person? And it's just African? Looks exactly like South Africans, just darker. But this looks like a South African, man. Like those your so-called Kwe. Same look, same features. But you are busy praising them. They hate you, Bon. So that's why we have to be very smart. No, guys, let's laugh. Let's laugh, laugh. They are hating you at that time. So this is not what we are here for. We're not here to try and what. And also these things are not true. You see these things, this Cushitic, Bantu, Nilotic, what. These things are not true. So people represent the region they are in. These are linguistic groups, but genetically, these people are closer to each other, all the three of them, because they are from the same region. I mean, you can see. Genetically, they are closer to each other than they are closer to anyone else from a different region. Populations reflect the genetics of the region they are in. People in Southern Africa will reflect Southern African genetics. Although linguistically, some groups who are in different regions may be similar, but genetically, they all represent the regions they are in. That's why the phenotype doesn't lie. They look the same. But this one is Bantu, this one is Nilotic, this one is Cushitic. Complete and utter nonsense. They are the same, these people. They just speak slightly different languages. But even those languages, if you actually study them thoroughly, you realize, Aisuka, same thing. Same thing. Anyway, that's not the point of what I'm saying. So the source then of this river is in Central Africa. Therefore, Central Africa gives birth to the population. Therefore, the population go up. They do establish some cultures. They are called Nakada. This is where the city of gold rises. Embo, Ombos, which we've discussed in detail. And therefore, the connection is very clear. From north to south, from south to north. I'm not going to take any more time now. I'm tired. My brain is tired. What I'm going to say now, linguistically, clicks were spoken. You see, Khapi Ukapa, which is also related to the title Itlapi, Lord of the Fish. This is what we call Khaub. Khaub or Khaub.